planning committee taking place on Wednesday, the 12th of February, starting at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, so apologies for the delay in starting the committee this morning. So good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I'm the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place just after 10 on Wednesday, the 12th of February. I'll now roll call members alphabetically. I don't know about that. I'll just go through members and you say hello to people to make sure your microphones work. So if you want to start, Alice.
Councillor Gilderdale, East Chesterton Ward.
Councillor Katie Thornborough, Petersfield.
Councillor Matthew Howard, Abbey Ward, standing in for Naomi Bennett.
Councillor Mike Todd-Jones, Abbey Ward.
Councillor Karen Young, Queen Edith's Ward.
Councillor Katie Porrow, Market Ward.
Councillor Dave Bagent, Romsey.
Thank you, councillors. And as far as I know, we've got apologies from Councillor Lokomatova and Councillor Dryden. I think that's it. And the alternate is Councillor Young today. Right? Yeah. Okay, so officers present at the table for this meeting are Delivery Manager Toby Williams, Legal Advisor Keith Barber, Committee Manager James Goddard, and Producer Sarah Steed. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. And just to say, the clock isn't working, I'm afraid. It hasn't been working for a while, so we all have to look at something else, but I'll keep you updated on the time. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk could be broadcast at some point, as cameras within the room follow the microphone being switched on. If you are following the Teams meeting here in the room on your laptop, your audio, microphone and camera must be switched off. If the fire alarm sounds, please follow officers who will leave the room and exit the building via the Peasel staircase and exit. Do not use the lift. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Switch your microphone and camera off unless you're invited to speak. Please note, if a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation and report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the Adjourned Decision Protocol. Where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation, the decision to determine the application will then be adjourned and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. Excuse me. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Excuse me. So, we've done apologies, haven't we? I don't think that's all done. So declarations of interest, councillors. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Thornborough?
I live very close to the site and I have been a member of the Everlast gym on the site, but I stopped using the gym about 5 months ago, but I've used the site a lot to access the common beyond. I feel I'm unfettered in my ability to consider this application. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pora?
Just note, I do know people who live on Silverwood Close, but they're not in any of the houses affected by this, and I've had no discussions with them about it, so I'm unfettered in my discretion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bagent?
Chair, I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign, and I did attend some very early meetings of this proposal a long, long time ago, and I'm totally unfettered in my decision today.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more for any more? No? Okay. So item 4 on the agenda is minutes. Can I sign those as a true record, councillors? Yes, I can hear yes. Okay, I'll do that now. Thank you. So the first and only item of the day today is item 5, Beehive Centre. I'll say a bit more later about how we'll go do the item, it being rather larger and more to think about. But just to say, we've got speakers. So contrary to what I said in the introduction, there's 15 minutes for supporters and 15 minutes for objectors to speak within. I think we'll get done a bit quicker than that, but I've allowed that time to make sure we've got enough time to hear all the evidence from speakers. So the speakers are Bernice, objector; Martin, objector; Nicholas, objector; Leah, objector; and then we've got Mark, who's a neutral party. And we've got Nikki, a supporter; Paul, supporter; Daniel, supporter; Phil, written statement. I think that was in support as well, from memory. Then we've got Matthew from, what's he? Is he a supporter as well, James? The applicant, right. The applicant. And then we've got 4 councillors: Councillor Robertson, Councillor Tong, Councillor Bennett, and Councillor Boulat, who has sent a written statement. And I'll just adjust the order at the end because Councillor Bennett wanted to go last. That's fine on the basis that would normally switch the order, but on the basis that Councillor Boulat sent a written statement, it makes no difference really. So Councillor Bennett will go last. Right, okay, so I think we're all ready then. So if you want to introduce the item, then please come up.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members.
Kumba, just a bit closer to the microphone so everyone can hear.
So, an important update for members today. The application has been called in by the Secretary of State for its determination. That's come in as of this morning. So this committee is reaching a conclusion on what the council's decision would have been had it not been called in, and it's currently set out in the committee report.
Let's stop there a minute. Does anyone have any questions to understand that better? Councillor Young.
Yes, so it has definitely been called in.
Yes.
Not from the public, but later on perhaps. Councillor Bagent.
Chair, can we have a very clear legal clarification of what that actually means? Are we considering it, and then the Secretary, well, can we just have a clarification of what that actually means?
Yeah. So, Kuma, do you want to answer that question or defer to Toby or Keith?
I'll defer the question to Keith Barber, Legal Officer.
Keith?
Chair, I think Toby wants to address it.
Toby is the boss. I mean, Keith is just his sidekick.
So we only received this letter about kind of 25 minutes ago. Effectively, it removes the council's power to formally determine the application, and it would mean that an inquiry would be held through an inspector appointed by the Secretary of State. So whilst the council is not able to issue a formal decision notice, it does need to ratify what its position is in relation to forthcoming inquiry proceedings. So the recommendation in effect that you see at the end of the report is a minded to position of refusal on the grounds of residential amenity impact that would be submitted as the council's case to an appointed inspector.
So I'll just add to that before we get on with the actual presentation. So it's very important, councillors, that we have a jolly good, robust debate today, because everything that we debate today will be taken into account by that inquiry. So I was going to say anyway, you know, in terms of looking at the report and what the officer is saying, we'd want to put all of our concerns on the table in terms of anything coming back, you know, in terms of an appeal or anything like that. We need, the applicant and the inquiry for that matter, need to know what we think about this application. And so it's important that we do all that today. I can't really say more than that, really. So what I'm saying is, you know, don't step back, step up. This is still a very important application for residents. This is going to affect some residents' lives and health in terms of what's been written in the report. So we really do need to focus on what we're saying today, because it will count toward a decision. It's just that we won't be the ones issuing the decision notice. Councillor Bajan.
Chair, I really wanted a bit more clarification than Toby gave us. How does something get called into the Secretary of State in these circumstances?
Toby?
So there's usually an approach from a third party. In this case, I understand the applicants have contacted the Secretary of State to flag the issue with them. And the Secretary of State over the last couple of days has been considering whether or not to call in the application for their determination. They will have looked at the officer report and looked at the issues that the application poses. So in terms of a bit more meat on the bone, in terms of the letter that we've received, the Secretary of State said on the information so far available to the Secretary of State, the matters which she particularly wishes to be informed about for the purposes of her consideration of the application are the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with government policies for building a strong competitive economy, as regards to the NPPF Chapter 6, the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with government policies for ensuring the vitality of town centres, with reference to the NPPF Chapter 7, the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with government policies for achieving well-designed places, with reference to the NPPF Chapter 12, the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with the development plan for the area, and any other matters the inspector considers relevant.
Right, thanks, Toby. You want to come back, Councillor Bajan? We need to get on, mind.
I know we do, but the point is, do these now become material considerations in this application? Is the Secretary of State, by sending that letter, made those material considerations for us to consider? And if so, in the course of time of this meeting, can we get a copy of that letter, please?
Toby?
Chair, so through you, all of those issues are considered in detail within the officer report that's before members today, and we will endeavour to place this letter on the public file. I'll endeavour to do that whilst Jimmer and Andrew are doing their presentation for members and members of the public.
All right, okay, so like I said, councillors, let's just get on with our business, what we do, and let's do it well, yeah? So presentation, please, Jima.
Thank you. Just also to draw attention of members to the amendment sheet, which was published yesterday, and which addresses further representations received from the applicant and third-party representations. There is only one further neighbour objection received this morning, and which, upon review, has raised no new material issues. So now onto the presentation. Just before, so the following presentation is to provide an oversight.
Just hold on a minute, Juma. So it's being passed out. So do members need time to look at this before we carry on, or are you happy to continue? Okay, carry on, Juma.
Okay, so following presentation is to provide an oversight of the proposed redevelopment of the Beehive Centre scheme proposals. There are 4 parts to this presentation. The first part, which effectively introduces the site and its current condition and uses. The second part will be proposed development description, the structure of the outline application. The third part will be the original proposal that was submitted in August 2023. The concerns raised on that original scheme in 23 and the process leading to the amended version of that scheme, which we'll be considering today and which is considered in this report, and also the main planning considerations surrounding those proposals. So I and Andrew Martin are effectively the case officers and also co-authors of the committee report you see before you. We'll both interchangeably address questions raised by members today, alongside our key advisors, including urban design, landscape design, heritage and conservation, sustainable design, and trees, including our transport colleagues at County and specialist independent advisors on daylight and sunlight overshadowing matters in respect to the residential amenity reason for refusal. So Beehive Centre is located off Colham's Lane. Sorry. Here we go there. And Newmarket Road to its north, approximately 1.5 kilometres to the east of the city centre, within the urban area of Cambridge. The full extent of the application site is shown here in red and measures a total area of 7.58 hectares and is bound by Cambridge Retail Park to its north, the railway tracks to the east, and residential properties of Sleaford Street, York Street, St Matthew's Gardens and Silverwood Close to the south and west respectively. The application site and Cambridge Retail Park, edged here in blue, is owned by Railway Pension Nominees Limited, also the applicant. Members will be aware that the early discussions have already taken place between officers and the applicant in respect of decanting some of the existing valued retail uses currently on the Beehive Centre onto the CRP, although those aspects are beyond the scope of this planning application today. The primary access to the site and the only access, the primary access to the site and the only access for vehicles is taken from Colham's Lane roundabout on the northern boundary. The site also lies between 2 railway stations, circa 2 kilometres from Cambridge North. Fortunately, it's off, can't see that here, and 1 kilometre from the Cambridge station to the south here. Pedestrian and cycle connections to the site are numerous, including accesses from St Matthew's Gardens, York Street and Sleaford Street via Vera's Way. Cambridge Historic Centre is located to the east and comprises an area of rich in heritage assets with a number of conservation areas, listed buildings, non-designated heritage assets and a registered park and garden. So here we can see an aerial of the actual application site that was just presented in the previous slide. It's occupied by a total of 11 units currently, organised around a large car park of 885 spaces, parking spaces. Most of the retail units are of 2-3 storey with generic functional forms and designs. The residential gardens and properties in Silverwood Close, St Matthew's Gardens, York Street and Sleaford Street, all back onto the site from the north, south, west and east of the west. Residential properties are located to the east, includes the Terrace and Hampden Gardens. So, the application proposes to create a new science and innovation hub, which will be comprised of an enhanced network of green spaces supported by a range of local retail and leisure uses for workers and local community alike, with additional supporting infrastructure such as new cycle and pedestrian-friendly routes, all at the edge of the city. The application is wholly in outline, meaning that all detailed matters, including access, appearance, landscape layout and scale, are all reserved. So this is the structure of the application as an infographic. The future of the proposed development will be controlled through future reserved matters planning applications, which will be submitted and determined by the local planning authority, or would have been. All future reserved matters applications would be required to demonstrate compliance with key control documents referred to as the design code and development parameter plans shown on the right hand of the screen here. There are a total of 5 key parameter plans. And then there are illustrative materials which are also provided in support of the outline application, which comprise the design and access statement and illustrative master plan. It's all seen to the left. Neither of these documents or documentation is for approval at this outline submission stage. Just to explain, the design access provides effectively a detailed description and justification of the proposals from an architectural perspective, and the illustrative master plan shows what can be achieved within those key parameter plans, which we'll come back to later on in the presentation. There's also an environmental statement which accompanies the current outline application, which was voluntarily submitted by the applicant given the type, scale and nature of the proposed development. The environmental statement itself considers the significant environmental effects of the development, including matters such as air quality, flood risk and drainage, heritage, ground conditions and contamination, townscape and visual impact, noise and vibration, socioeconomics, and transport and water resources. So the proposed development itself has been a subject of extensive stakeholder consultation, which has taken place over approximately a 2.5-year period, which commenced in June 2022, and until more recently in July 2024. The applicant has indicated it would be its intention to continue engagement with community stakeholders. So the engagement process has included various community and interest groups, including Abbey People, Romsey Mill, Indie Cambridge, Camscape, Cambridge Science Centre, Red to Green, CAMS Youth Panel, Form the Future and Make Space for Girls. The main themes emerging from the engagement process has included such issues as design and scale of development, parking and traffic, the need for youth facilities, and how the development would cater for residents' needs and not just the future working population. It's just a quick outline of the actual application milestones, just to kind of give it context. So, members will be aware that the original scheme proposals were submitted in August 23, following circa 18 months of pre-application conversations with the local planning authority. In late October of the same year, following conclusion of the public and statutory consultation period, officers had met with the applicant's representatives to present its main concerns. So the applicant re-engaged with officers in late March 24 to commence a short sequence of meetings to address the officers' issues raised before resubmitting a completed revised scheme in September 2023. So these are the original application proposals, just very briefly. So some of the issues that were raised were the dominated highway junction towards the north here. The building should, so it's the arrival space and how these buildings should actually define that arrival space. The movement framework through the site, a lot of the cycle network were being directed via the north of the site. It needed a stronger spine The public space framework that was being provided as well wasn't open enough. It wasn't accessible to the wider local community. There are issues around skyline and townscape, you know, the proportions of some of these buildings, which are quite bulky and horizontal. And also some of the mix of uses that were provided within the floor areas of the buildings shown here. So there was a period of time between April and June of last year where, you know, the master plan itself was looked at again and reviewed. So, you know, these were convened, as I say, in April 24, which commenced with extensive review of the original master plan. The four main objectives were highlighting to address the aforementioned officers' issues. These were creating a clear and legible journey through a variety of well-defined and well-connected open spaces, creating a better relationship with the Mill Road Conservation Area, mainly by defining engaging open spaces towards the southern site entrances, enhancing boundary conditions. That meant increasing separation and tightening of the parameters and reducing overlooking of over key locations, and also creating a more simplified and legible connectivity network with potential for new enhanced junction. That's the north here. So briefly, the changes to the master plan evolved over that extended period of 5 months, involving both the council's design team, which comprised the urban designers, the landscape designers, the heritage specialists, and the applicant's own design team. The key amendments here, I won't go into detail too much here, but just broadly speaking, we have plot 1 to the north side of the development application site. The footprint was amended to create a more positive Coldham's Lane frontage and revised the form to create a larger footprint that enables reduced massing at its upper levels. Plot 2, footprint changes mainly to enable removal of an additional storey. Plot 4 and 5, so it's this building here and here. Again, similar adjustments to footprints and to accommodate various massing changes. Plot 6, which had a 3-storey wing added to improve its containment of Hyde Park, with colonnades to enable a more legible connection. And 7 and 8, these two buildings here, new building formats effectively creating an increased separation from the residential boundaries, both in St Matthew's Gardens and York Street along here. So the resulting new master plan, so this is just a comparison between the original layout and also the current layout before us today for determination. So in essence, the improvements were skyline. So there are key themes here. So the first theme was the skyline and townscape. So the adjustment to the height and format of those buildings and increased boundary separations, the tightening of parameters. Movement and access structure was improved, which involved a realigned cycle route from Sleaford Street to the Coldham's Junction, a relocated car park to minimise conflicts with active travel modes, and the potential for a new Cyclops junction. The public space framework was equally improved with reconfiguring those network of spaces, as mentioned just earlier, which was to create this single sequence that was realigned with this new cycle route running through the middle. And a redesigned local centre, which groups to the south of the master plan to cater for a range of potential retail and leisure opportunities around the green space, which is Hyde Park. So, as noted earlier, a complete submission of the revised proposals was received by the council officers in September 24. So the structure of that outline application remains the same, where all detail matters are still reserved, and at this stage, we'll continue to rely on these key parameter plans. There's 5 of them, and a detailed design code as amended, which effectively controls all future detailed design of development. The design code is central to effectively achieving a well-designed development. It includes detailed guiding principles. I won't go into the detail of this just yet. The applicant himself has also identified 5 key development objectives for its redevelopment. In summary, they are to create a sustainable and inclusive place for all, create a well-connected place by prioritising and enhancing active and sustainable travel modes, and to create new job opportunities across a range of skill levels. So beginning to focus on, so these next sequence of slides will focus on the parameter plans mainly. So the first of those are building massing principles. Effectively, the first parameter effectively sets out the maximum envelope of each of the building plots, so their heights. It does include details, well, not so much details, but also the scale of potentially flues as a percentage of those heights. Plot footprint, further articulation of the overall plot massing will be controlled via the design code. The plan does indicate heights, but these are all expressed in AOD, which is above ordnance datum, and not to be interpreted as actual building heights. Moving on to the second parameter planned, it's concerning the uses and the mixes. So this effectively shows the majority of proposed would be allocated for effectively office and research development uses, where all ground floor levels are identified to accommodate a mix of retail and leisure uses. So it's the ground floor. And support effectively the activation of buildings and their boundaries, including the public realm. Just give you a feeling of what that might look like. So this is purely indicative. It just effectively shows, you know, how those building frontages and a range of public space in between can be arranged and designed to provide that all-day activity and vibrancy. Again, this is just an impression of what those spaces could be. So the fourth of the parameter plans, access and circulation. It's, whilst the detail of access is a reserved matter, the application demonstrates the area where access points to the development proposed will be situated. The access and circulation plan identifies that vehicle access site will be taken from the location of the site's existing junction with Coldham's Lane, with pedestrian accesses from Coldham's Lane, St Matthews Gardens, York Street, Sleaford Street. Cycle access would be provided from the main access junction again from Coldham's Lane, as well as York Street and Sleaford Street. The access points reflect the location of existing access and would feed into the internal movement framework, shown here and here. Cars and buses would be restricted to a single route along this line here, which follows that western boundary and loops around Building 8. Service vehicles would access the site in the same ways as cars and buses. In contrast, pedestrian and cycle routes are more numerous, interconnecting across vehicle-free zones, with measures to reduce conflicts and ensure safety and inclusivity for all users. So the final parameter plan relates to landscape and open space principles. So in between the surrounding proposed buildings, a legible network of open spaces, incorporating both hard and soft landscaping are to be created. These proposed spaces would vary in design to suit the creation of their respective character areas. In total, the parameter plan secures circa 0.71 hectares of public realm within 2.63 hectares of public open space. This area of landscape is equivalent to that provided by the Romsey Recreation Ground. I mean, further, I mentioned character areas, and further information relating to that is contained within the actual design code document itself. So we have also received a parameter plan relating to phasing. Unfortunately, This isn't for approval. It doesn't actually indicate any kind of sequencing of development, but if the application were to have been approved, normally these matters would be secured via planning condition. Now onto the main planning considerations. So principle of development, the application site, let's just go back there first. So the site is not identified nor retained in the adopted current local plan, Cambridge local plan, for current occupying uses, or designated for any future alternative development and or its uses. The emerging local plan, that's the first proposals, has identified the site as an opportunity area, although very little weight, again, can be given in the consideration of the proposals to this emerging designation. So, turn to principle of development. So, the principle of the revised proposals comprises, development is comprised of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018 and includes associated supporting policy evidence base, which the current scheme has been assessed against. The key issues in consideration of the principle of development, as stated here, are set out in more details in the committee report. That's section 13, pages 38 to 51. Effectively, the proposals are considered to comply with the Council's spatial strategy for location and new employment development. It's e.g. accessible, previously developed land on the edge of the city centre. It provides additional resilience in lab and office supply, which will cater to that fast-evolving needs of the life science and ICT sectors, and provides for retail and town centre uses, which will not harm the viability and vitality of existing district and local centres. Looking at proposed building scale and height. So there are 10 building plots, and buildings plots 1 to 9 effectively are between 3 and 7 commercial stories. Plot 10, which sits here, is a car park and will comprise of a total of 8 stories, although the relative overall heights are much lower comparatively to lab and office buildings. Again, all maximum heights are in AOD and include the plant zones. So where flue zones have been indicated, and that's mainly 2 buildings, 2, 3, 5 and 6, they'll be restricted to a maximum of 25% of the host building height specified. There are some other metrics here in terms of actual overall gross external and gross internal floor areas, including how much of that floor space will be for commercial uses, including how the mix of ground floor total maximum gross areas for the mixed range of uses also proposed. And these are just simply a slide, just again comparing the original layout with the current scheme that's before us for determination. So heritage assets. So the application site is situated near the historic core of the city, an area abundant in heritage assets, immediate and wider, including numerous conservation areas, listed buildings, non-designated heritage assets, and a registered park and garden. The application is accompanied by a heritage statement, which is included in the submitted environmental statement. Section 15 of the committee report, that's pages 60 to 64, provides a more detailed analysis of the effects of development on all relative assets. So turning to the townscape and visual effects of the development. There's an extensive analysis of this contained again within the environmental statement, which assesses obviously townscape and visual effects of the proposals at various stages of the development. This is covered in section 16 of the committee report, again, pages 65 to 70. So for the townscape effects, effectively, the methodology was a 1 kilometre radius to capture the local townscape designations of particular relevance to the TVIA, which includes things like the Mill Road Conservation Area with its registered park and garden, Coldham's Common. For visual effects, most receptors are within 1 kilometre of the site, although 4 longer distance views are also taken from receptors further afield, which are Red Meadow Hill, Warts Causeway, Little Trees Hill, and Limekiln Road. The following next 4 slides will show some of the notable effects of the maximum development and illustrative development forms on heritage and townscape receptors. Members should note again, the illustrative formats shown are not for approval, although it may be considered helpful in understanding the possible effects of a version of future development that may be brought forward by the applicant. So we have a sequence of panoramas here, starting with the original format of development and the development design compared. So this was probably middle of last year, and the current proposals. Again, as I say, these are strictly in illustrative format only. So this is the viewing cone from Castle Hill Mound. I should have indicated that.
Just hold on a minute, Jim. Can you see that okay, councillors? It's quite small on the screen. You can go closer if you want. We can stop a minute. You look okay. Okay, carry on, Jim. Thanks. So the following couple of images will show you the maximum parameter effects, which are for councillors' consideration and approval, and the illustrative form. So just simply, this is the viewing cone, effectively. I mean, you probably won't be able to pick off immediately, but the maximum parameter envelopes effectively are shown here in the image. You can always come back to these. So I've also included in this particular slide for Castle Hill Mound the proposed revised scheme here in context with the resolution to grant for the Grafton Centre proposals, which are outlined in this yellow wire line. Again, this is just then that illustrative view superimposed within that current view to the naked eye. So the second of these key views was Coldham's Common. Again, the various panoramas showing the illustrative scheme and the evolution from the original to the current scheme here, showing the differences in scale and height. So here we are again looking at, from the Coldham's Common view, the maximum parameter scheme, and then the illustrative scheme. Similarly, these are the views demonstrating the effects on the Red Meadow Hill view again. These aren't actually what you'd see, because Red Meadow Hill is from, you'll see these in the next sequence of slides in a second. These are effectively zoomed in views, so you can actually see how this interrelates with the existing forms in that view. So this is the actual view from Red Meadow. The site is in effect there. That's the maximum envelope, and then you've got the illustrative version of that too. Again, it's shown in there. And then we're moving on to the Warts Causeway view. Similarly, again, this is a zoomed in view of the development itself, i.e. the original comparison between the original and revised scheme. So again, this is what you would actually see from that location, i.e. the maximum parameter scheme. See that? And then you have the illustrative version of that too. So moving on to sustainable design. So the proposed development is seeking to target and exceed Cambridge Local Plan Policies 28 and 29 across a number of key performance indicators,
including reducing the energy consumption and carbon emissions, water demand conservation, and renewable low-carbon energy generation. The key achievement of this scheme is at least 5 of those buildings are being targeted for BREEAM Outstanding, which goes beyond Cambridge local plan requirement, with the remaining excellent, and those are in relation to all lab buildings. Section 17 of the committee report, that's pages 70 to 74, has more information. So turning to urban heat island. So the design code specifically sets out a range of site-wide measures which seek to mitigate the urban heat island effects. These are shown on both sides of the slide here. The measures are wide-ranging, which include building and servicing mitigations effectively, and also other soft measures such as trees and soft planting within the development itself. So in terms of ecology and biodiversity, the applicant is targeting or has committed to target 100% net gain in biodiversity through a range of ecological interventions, including retention of some existing features, where possible, and provision of a dedicated wildlife area. I'll point that out for you there. Tree strategy seeks to retain existing trees as much as possible, and does provide a net increase of 290 trees. The London Plan Urban Greening Factor metric has been used by the applicant to evaluate the quantity and quality of the green infrastructure within the proposed development. The proposed scheme itself performs quite well. It betters, in fact, the current UGF metric by 0.2 for a commercial use. Again, all buildings and the public realm are being designed to be inclusive for everyone. This is clearly embedded, strongly embedded within design code, and must be complied with in those future design stages. And I'll leave over to my colleague, Andrew Martin, to take members through the residential amenity matters.
Thanks, Gemma. Can everyone hear me okay? I'm just going to take you through the residential effects now in terms of daylight and sunlight. So the key considerations and issues are, in terms of planning policy, we've got policy 55, 56 and 57, which collectively seek to achieve responsive design. And then policy 60 of the Cambridge Local Plan, which relates to tall buildings and specifically sets out a requirement to result in no adverse effects in neighbouring amenity in terms of overshadowing and overlooking, but also achieving adequate daylight and sunlight. The MPPF, the MPPF also addresses residential amenity and seeks to achieve a high standard of residential amenity high standard amenity for all users. And as daylight and sunlight effects are relatively technical assessment, there is guidance that set out for specialists to review and understand what the daylight and sunlight and overshadowing effects would be. And in this case, that is the British Building Research Establishment's guidance on daylight and sunlight. This is not an instrument of policy, but it is an aid primarily aimed at designers, but not exclusively, to seek to achieve appropriate design that responds to neighbouring surroundings in terms of daylight and sunlight. So within that assessment, there are a number of methods for assessing daylight and sunlight. The main ones are picked up within the report and are set out in more detail there. But just briefly, you've got vertical sky component, which relates to the amount of skylight that can be received to the centre of a window in a vertical plane. And then you've got the no skyline, which is to do with daylight distribution, and that essentially defines parts of a room that can see the skyline, can receive daylight or see daylight, and those parts of the room that cannot. But then you also have separate measures for assessing sunlight effects to living rooms, but also the residential amenity, so garden spaces. So when assessing this and coming to a conclusion, officers have had to rely upon the independent specialist advice of an advisor, which has been informed by the submissions of the applicant on these matters. So there is a considerable amount of data to consider, so I won't be covering all of that, but please do, if you have any doubts, refer to those documents for further clarification on specific impacts. But where daylight and sunlight reductions do occur, there is a process in terms of how we come to, is it possible to go back one slide? There is a process in terms of how we come to a view as to what the acceptability of that would be. So firstly, we have to look at the benchmark values in relation to those tests I spoke about previously. If there are reductions under that, that's a good starting point, but then you have to also consider what are the retained values to get an idea of how that might actually feel. And you have to balance that against the potential opportunity of the site for its redevelopment and its context. So here we do have an existing site that is low-lying in terms of its built form, so officers do accept that there may inevitably be some reductions in daylight and sunlight to meaningfully develop that. But however, the harm still needs to be, understood and then weighed against the benefits of the scheme to come to an overall position on the acceptability of the harm. So there may inevitably be a degree of harm, but it's to what extent that degree of harm is acceptable that then gets assessed within the overall planning balance and assessment process. So in terms of the main deviations, on the image on the left you can see there, the property boundaries highlighted in red are those that are sensitive and do experience adverse reductions in daylight or sunlight. It should be said that the majority of the impacts are on daylight rather than sunlight, but I will point those out as we go through the following slides. So this is just an image of Silverwood Close. You get a feel here for the character of Silverwood Close and its suburban nature. Two-storey terrace rows backing onto a low-rise site. The majority of properties within that red line area would experience reductions in daylight, but not all of them. It's just that the assessment is based on windows, and the way that we've assessed it is focusing on the windows, but they do windows across a range of those properties. Main habitable windows would experience reductions in daylight to varying degrees, but the terrace row that, as it were, from 34 to 40, so towards the left of that run of properties, that terraced row would experience the most significant effects in terms of the extent of reductions, and actually properties 36 to 38 would also experience reductions in sunlight to their gardens or overshadowing, with the worst effect being at number 38. Next slide, please. So St Matthew's Gardens is another area of potential, of concern. It's where there's another concentration of reductions. So across this area, there are a number of windows that would experience reductions in daylight, but there are also 4 living rooms and 2 amenity areas that would experience reductions in sunlight, with one of the reductions in living room sunlight during winter hours being quite low. In York Street, there are, the range of effects tend to be within between numbers 34 and 86, but actually it's only 12 properties within that run that experience reductions in daylight, or approximately 12, I believe it's 12, that would experience reductions to their main habitable windows, but it's mostly in relation to daylight distribution. Here we've got number 148 and 150 Sleaford Streets, which are tucked away in the corner there, adjacent to, in close proximity to where new built form will be proposed. These properties would also experience reductions in daylight. And then on the opposite side of the railway, this is the Terrace and Hampton Gardens. Again, not all of these properties or all of these windows would experience reductions, but it's within this general area of built form that the reductions would occur to daylight, but the reductions here and the impacts tend to be lesser than those that previously mentioned in relation to Silverwood Close and St Matthew's Gardens. And these are just two tables to try and draw together some of the impacts on daylight. So as I've already covered, there are sunlight effects to a number of properties, but there's more impact in terms of daylight, it has to be said. And this is a table showing the vertical sky component reductions on the left and the no skyline reductions to the right. So retained values are contained within the appendix and also to this Appendix E, but also within the applicant's submission. But the point here is to illustrate that a large number of main windows to habitable rooms across Silverwood Close and St Matthew's Garden in particular, but also within Sleaford Street, York Street, Hampton Gardens and the Terrace would experience reductions in daylight. But this is based upon the maximum parameters scheme, which is for members for not determination anymore, as we've said at the beginning, but for consideration. The illustrative scheme has also been assessed in terms of daylight and sunlight. It does perform more favourably against the BRE guidelines in terms of reductions and retained values and those other considerations that were mentioned, but there would still be considerable harm. So officers' position is that the maximum parameters scheme would poorly perform against the BRE standards to the extent that the harm cannot be supported.
Yeah, just before you go on, just have those acronyms, please. So VSL and NSL.
Yes, so VSC is vertical sky component, and that is to do with the amount of skylight that reaches the centre of a window on a vertical plane, and that is with an overcast sky. So it's not about sunlight getting into that room, it is about daylight. And where reductions below the BRE benchmarks occur, rooms will feel gloomier and more poorly lit, and that applies both to NSL and VSC. Because NSL is the no skyline, and that is essentially a line coming in through the window, as it were, if you were to sit on an illustration, which part above the line you wouldn't be able to see direct skylight or have skylight in that part of the room, but then on the other side of the line you would experience that. So reduction basically means that less of the room is able to experience that amenity that is currently enjoyed. The following slides are then just to sort of show the relationship between the built form and neighbouring properties in terms of visual enclosure. So obviously just want to highlight that, say on plot 1, which is adjacent to Silverwood Close, you've got the red hyphenated line in the image at the bottom, which shows the maximum parameters of the original submission. The blue line, which sort of curved across there, represents Porcelanosa, and the remainder of the image is based on an indicative section of the proposed building on plot 1. So officers are comfortable that whilst this building is larger than Porcelanosa, the setbacks that have been incorporated, the separation distances involved, and the overall massing would not result in any harm to outlook in terms of oppressive visual enclosure. And this is a visualisation from, we're not exactly sure where, but it's just an illustrative visualisation of what it might look like from a rear garden within Silverwood Close backing onto that building. It is perhaps a bit hard to understand the full impact because of the lines. You don't really get a sense of depth of where those setbacks are incorporated necessarily, but it is still, that is an indicative illustration of how it might appear. So this is plot 3, and again you can see here the separation distance involved in the heights. Officers have not got concern about visual amenity enclosure here. It would be a tall building, but the separation distance involved mean that officers do not consider that it would be harmful. This is adjacent to Sleaford Street, so you can see here there is a levels change. Members will be aware that Vera's Way, which runs along the back there, so it's sort of in between the two buildings shown. There's a changing levels, but the setbacks incorporated here and also the orientation of those properties mean that they don't necessarily have direct views out onto this massing despite the daylight effects. But that is a visualisation from the amenity area within Sleaford Street to properties 1, 4, 8 and 50 and the rest of the properties within that terrace row. So you can see that is quite a considerable change in perception from there, but it wouldn't necessarily be oppressive on the outlook from their habitable rooms. Building 7, this is now looking at relationship with York Street. Again, you can see where significant improvements have been achieved through the revised application, because the red line shows how built form was originally much closer and quite a bit taller on that boundary. The separation distances involved now, as well as the proposed heights, the maximum parameters, mean that there's no longer a concern in terms of visual amenity enclosure there. And this is a visualisation of that perspective. So this now is demonstrating the relationship between St Matthew's Gardens and Plot 8 along the northern boundary. This is more of a concern for officers, given the fact that these properties would experience windows to these properties would experience reductions in daylight. Some of them would experience reductions to sunlight, and it is quite a tall overall building, and the position of these properties to the north in combination with those factors lead us to the view that this would be oppressive in terms of visual enclosure. And you get a sense there from an amenity area, it looks like, adjacent to Plot 8 as to what the scale of that might be in comparison. In terms of York Street and Plot 8, given the properties in York Street are set further away from the boundary and there are setbacks from the boundary incorporated into the design, this again is a situation that's been much improved and officers do not have any concerns in terms of visual enclosure. And that's just a further illustration showing that. And then this is where we come to the properties in Silverwood Close and their relationship with Plot 10, which is, we don't have the visualisations for, but you can see that this is a situation where the massing of the revised application is actually brought closer to the boundary, has a more abrupt and unbroken up elevation, as it were, in that location as well, and given the height and massing of this building in close proximity to those properties which would experience reductions in daylight and sunlight to their gardens, would result in oppressive visual enclosure.
So again, just going to pick up on the proposed transport strategy, how sustainable access will be supported through the actual design and development. So again, vehicle access will be to the site will be maintained off that improved junction on Collins Lane. The access road will again lead vehicles south, either towards the dedicated multi-storey car park. That's Plot 10, it's just referred to by Andrew. And the service loop, the bus service loop, which loops around here for buses, etc. And the service yard passing between, it's another access for service vehicles coming along here for service vehicles to the rear of these buildings. The Cyclops roundabout that's shown in this particular image itself is only for illustrative purposes at this stage. And it will require further design and agreement with County Highways. Cycle pedestrian access has been prioritised through the central spine of the actual development itself, which provides convenient and legible travel, you know, between north and south of the actual development itself. Public transport infrastructure on site, new routes and bus stops to be located between plots 8 and 9. Enhanced bus service provisions are also to the site from the park and rise will equate to effectively 15 additional buses per hour in the peak hours. Access junction to the south and west, and the entrance to St Matthew's Gardens are also to be improved and upgraded. These following slides, again, been provided by the applicant, which I believe are in the presentation packs that were submitted to the members yesterday. So these just effectively will demonstrate the various modes and the routes that would be taken by if you're cycling to the site, or if you're trying to walk to the site, or if you're to kind of travel to get to the site using rail. We can obviously come back to these again if necessary. The scheme itself does, seek to deliver, a range of planning benefits, which I believe the officers have recognised clearly and set out in the actual committee report itself. There's a range of benefits that are, to be achieved through whether it be new jobs, through a range of new a range of skill levels, your new landscaping, enhanced biodiversity, reduced car modes, etc., into the site, additional tree planting. Some of the other benefits shown here on the slide are again how some of those community benefits could be incorporated specifically in this instance. You can see plot 10 potentially becoming a focal point for the location of the new community hub, as well as also space for STEM education within its ground floor area. Some of these spaces, again, these are all indicative as to what those spaces could comprise through future design. Just also to give some imagery, really, that's been provided by the applicants, just to give people, members rather, a feel for what this development potentially would have been. So Hyde Park itself is that key piece of green infrastructure to the south of the development plan. Basically, it measures circa 7,000 square metres, and it will be delivered potentially in a first phase of development. You've got Maple Square again. This is that central civic space, which is designed to support effectively the day-to-day amenities of the site. And then the lanes, which is a linear space running along that northern axis of the development, so it's the western edge, rather, of the site, which acts as this key movement edge. And just summarising effectively the planning balance, the report itself has, indicated, the various harms. We're focusing essentially on the reasons for, the recommended reason for refusal was on residential amenity grounds, as my colleague Andrew has just covered. There are, of course, a range of benefits that the scheme itself would provide. So in the planning benefits, in terms of the planning balance exercise that officers need to carry out, benefits have been weighed against those harms. Having taken into all those matters into consideration, the balance of harm arising from the proposal against the benefits of the scheme weighs towards refusal as set out in the report. And this slide effectively just breaks down that rather meaty reason for refusal at the back, effectively just simplifying the reason. So the main issue of major concern is, it relates to extent and level of the harm that would arise in respect to residential amenity, and that is daylight, sunlight, as well as visual enclosure. Andrew's obviously just recently gone over those points. So following a detailed analysis of the applicant's daylight and sunlight assessment, and this is supported again by expert independent advice, officers considered that the harms identified to be of an adverse nature and level and therefore cannot be supported. Further explanation of that single reason for refusal can be found in section 24 of the report. That's pages 91 and 97, and also within the independent daylight and sunlight advice that's been appended to part E of the appendices in the committee report. You know, the full wording also of that reason for refusal is set out on page 127 of the report. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Juma. Andrew, good presentation. Thank you. Toby.
Just a couple of points for members. Just to remind members, this is an outline application with all matters reserved, so that some of the illustrative material that you're seeing is just illustrative and informative, but it's not kind of determinative in terms of the application. And lastly, in terms of the daylight sunlight assessment, we do have our independent consultant online and available to take members through in more detail, should they so wish, some of the impacts, the key impacts that he has identified within his report. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. So the presentation is very important. Keep that in your minds. Let's have a 5-minute comfort break. Come back at 11:30, then we'll have speakers. Thank you. Okay, welcome back after a short break. Still doing Beehive Centre at item 5. So we've had the presentation, we're going to go speakers now. Just slight adaptation to what I said earlier. So we'll go through the objectors will speak first. And then the first person speaking for the application, I think, would best be item 11 on my list, which is Matthew Howard for the applicant. And then we'll have the other speakers in favour from there. So Nikki Shepherd, then Paul Elbrow, Daniel Edwards, and Phil Priestley. And then after that, as I said, but I'll lead you through them. So first off, we've got Bernice. And just to say, 15 minutes for each group for objectors and in favour. And if you could stick to about roughly 3 minutes each, that'll be probably enough time to get through it, I think, but we'll time it anyway. So, Bernice, I think you're online, aren't you?
Chair, could I just check, did you want all the objectors to come to the... Did you want to come up to the... Did you want all the objectors' seat, apart from Bernice, who's online, Berenice online, would you like all the other objectors in the room to come and sit in the public speaking bit first?
I think what you're saying, James, is, I forgot to say that. That might be helpful, mightn't it, really? It's up to you, objectors, but if you want to sort of sit at the back by the public speaker signs on the back seats, that might be handy, then you can go from one to the next. But we'll stop the clock anyway if need be, so no worries. Right, so Bernice online, do you want to speak first then? 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Better Beehive Group Cambridge recognise the development of the beehive. However, we remain unconvinced by the recent reductions to scale and massing and advocate for a further lessening of building height and mass as well as building numbers. We advocate for a mixed-use development to include residential use. There remains a disproportionate change in scale between the proposals and the neighbouring housing, with too many oversized buildings, too close together, and importantly, too close to neighbours, harming residential amenity. The impact of the scale and massing has been borne out by the recent daylight and sunlight addendum, which confirmed that the proposals would significantly reduce daylight and sunlight to many habitable rooms and gardens in surrounding properties. The impact would take the proposals beyond the building research establishment guidelines. We are pleased that the officers have picked up on the issue of residential amenity. They consider the harm is significantly adverse enough that the scheme should not be supported. The current scale and massing takes little regard of its harmful effects on the adjacent conservation area or on the historic collegiate core of the city when seen in the views highlighted in Policy 60. The proposed beehive scheme would present a large cluster of unremitting boxy form buildings breaking the skyline adjacent to iconic buildings such as King's College Chapel. We feel it's imperative to consider the cumulative views where the beehive, together with the Grafton permitted scheme, would clearly dominate the skyline. We're concerned about the effect that proposed beehive plans would have on the environment, specifically the local water resource and the urban heat island effect. And we argue that a high density, high water demand development cannot have a neutral or beneficial effect on those issues. The site is not well served by public transport and has poor cycling and walking connections, but even with the measures noted in the travel plan, the poor connectivity cannot overcome in the longer term without major intervention of regional and citywide transport infrastructure. And since the beehive proposals would create more skilled jobs, it requires specialist workers from outside the region, which creates more traffic and indeed more housing need. In conclusion, Chair, the Better Beehive Group offer our conviction that the beehive scheme remains an overdevelopment of the site that will significantly impact its neighbouring residents and ultimately the wider city. Given the risks involved in granting permission to an outline scheme, we conclude that the scheme should be further reduced at the outline stage and that the issues of scale, massing and overshadowing cannot be resolved with conditions at this point. Behind me is a visual that we've made ourselves in the absence of a residence visual amenity assessment that shows our houses and the site behind us in Silverwood Close and St Matthews. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernice. Can I ask officers if that visual behind is in the public domain?
I believe that has been formed part of the Better Beehive submissions on the application, so should be viewable in the public domain when looking at the Better Beehive response.
Thank you. Okay, we stopped the clock, by the way. So, Martin, you're next. Hello, hi. Do you want to come to the sort of public speaker bit at the back there? Yeah. When you're ready, Martin, press the right-hand button. It should light up.
Oh, I'll just use this one. Can you hear me? Yes. I live on York Street facing the site, but my concerns are not those of a NIMBY. There is no particular love in the area from local people for the current inefficient use of the site by an enormous car park, despite us all using the shops. Currently, I enjoy the architectural wonders of a bland facade at the back of a metal box shop and poor quality trees. So I could easily be a YIMBY if the proposals were better, but there are issues in principle, despite welcome improvement on the pre-September plans. The fundamental issue for me is the addition of large amounts of employment on a site not designated in the local plan. 6,000 unanticipated jobs means a net requirement of about 3,000 to 4,000 dwellings, exacerbating the existing housing shortage. The unaffordability crisis in the city is completely unacceptable already. The proposals need to be neutral in housing terms, part employment, part housing in balance. The local plan aims to balance housing and employment, but this creates an imbalance. So my number one question to officers through the chair is to explain how the development could possibly be strategically acceptable in housing terms. The second fundamental issue is loss of shops. These are heavily used, not just by those driving here, but also by huge numbers of us walking and cycling. Shops such as B&M provide affordability for many, but the developer has not yet given any formal confirmation of relocating these to the other side, and this must be a formal condition. The developer does have the capability to resolve it, and appears willing. While I am a very, very strong supporter of local independent shops, as people will know about Mill Road, for example, the fact is there will remain a demand for large shops. And if not relocated, the result would ultimately be unsustainable, new, out-of-town shopping centre, forcing everybody to drive, hardly a sensible outcome. So the second question to officers is about conditioning losing these key shopping facilities, which would resolve this in my view. Thirdly, the location of science units on this site does seem strange. The current high-tech activity around the city, which I broadly support as a key part of Cambridge's economy, is effective because of the agglomeration effects of co-location of science and R&D units, as well established in geographical literature. Yet here we have a lab-based business park isolated from such other sites. It would seem much more appropriate for this use to be much needed housing and shopping, and to co-locate labs in areas like the science parks in the north of the city, where land is very inefficiently used by large car parks and where large housing is already planned. Fourth, improving the cycling and walking route through the site is welcomed, as is the public realm, as is the modal split, as is skateboarding, as is replacing the very hazardous roundabout in favour of a Cyclops junction, a huge improvement. However, 3-metre wide shared use through part of the site is unacceptable for an unconstrained new build. This should be 4 to 5 metres, properly segregated. Fifth, I'm just about to finish, the proposed massing is rather overpowering. A dominant set of building faces into the private bathrooms and bedrooms of York Street, so there needs to be a denser tree row and remediation to fund this, but otherwise acceptable. And lastly, the loss of the existing swimming facility would exacerbate the existing shortage. A gym with swimming should be considered and would clearly be well used by new employees. So for these reasons, particularly the housing shortage imbalance, I therefore have to object for now. And lastly, may I just say, through the chair to the developer, I think the tactic of getting this called in by central government just before the planning committees even consider it is totally and utterly disgraceful and is absolutely poisonous to trust.
Thank you very much. Richard Robertson, do you think we could just turn it off behind you, please, the microphone, or maybe, yeah, thank you, thanks. So, people in the chamber, this is not a show, we're not at the theatre. Can we not have any clapping, please, or booing for that matter, or anything else? So the decision makers here today need to carefully consider all the evidence and come to a robust decision. It doesn't help with that kind of thing. So don't do it, please. Next up is Nicholas Richardson. So are you online, Nicholas? Or? Oh, hello, Nicholas. We met earlier, didn't we? Yeah. So if you take a seat on one of the public speaker things at the back, I think perhaps the same one as Martin, because the microphone works there. No rush, take your time. So I think it's the next one along, actually, Nicholas, is the one that works. Yeah, sorry to muck your end. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. When you're ready.
I've lived in Cambridge all my life, 70 years, and people come from all over the world to see the beautiful historic architecture. This proposed development will put a blot on the landscape, in my point of view. That's one objection, but my main objection is it's going to take the heart out of the community. The Beehive Shopping Centre has a vast local population all around it who can walk and cycle there without using their cars. I, in fact, went there this morning using my rollator wheeled thing to buy a newspaper. There's a terrific amount of variety of retail in that area, with a terrific amount of different types. You've got B&M, you've got Asda, you've got the gym with a swimming pool, you've got the hobby craft centre, a unique mix of very varied shopping there. And they each have their own variety. I was a shop manager in Cambridge. I was a shop manager for 9 years, 3 years in Fitzroy Street before the development of the Grafton, and 3 years after. The more you pedestrianise, the less people you'll get. And this is a pattern that's going across the whole of the UK. Old high streets are being paved over, pedestrianised, with huge out-of-town shopping centres built. Therefore, you're going to have an increase in traffic driving out of town to the shopping centres, which at the moment we can walk and cycle to, plus all these new employees of the science park coming in. And when I say it takes the heart out of the community, I was talking to a member of staff in Asda the other day, and she said, you know, we get elderly people coming in here, and I'm aware of the fact that I'm probably the only person they've spoken to today. There are a lot of single people these days living in the city, and we very much appreciate having that retail facility within walking and cycling distance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turn the microphone off for you, please. Yeah, great, thank you. Right, next is Leah. Leah, where are you? Oh, yeah, hi. So let's stick, yeah, when you're ready.
Thank you. So I have several concerns about this project. One of them is an error that I identified in the plans, in the first set of plans and in the second set of plans, which is the height of the houses in York Street are described as 21.6 meters high. And the houses, Victorian terraces, are not more than 7.6. So this is disingenuous. And when you compare 21 to 30 meters, it looks like it's okay, there's just 10 meters difference. But when you go to the real height of the Victorian terrace houses, which is 7, and you compare it to the building with 40, you realize the towering effect. I also thought that the visualizing exercise that we saw, done in white and light gray, understate the towering effect of the buildings, even with the reductions that have been introduced. There was a lot of greenery introduced there, but that greenery won't be there for many years, and the blocks will be enormous. I personally think that the areas adjacent to residents, so York Street and St. Matthew's Gardens and Silverwood, so all those areas, the buildings adjacent to those, so it's units 7, 8, 9, and 10, should be capped at 3 floors to avoid any issue with sunlight and daylight, and should be reserved for retail and offices. I have a big issue with science buildings being built in the center of a residential area. The reason to have science parks is because science buildings have got health and safety specific issues. There is toxic wastage that has to be eliminated, there's consumption of water, contaminations, and issues with labs. Labs are on 24/7. They consume a lot of energy. Air conditioning has to be on. There could be issues with noise, and dry labs also. You know, labs filled with servers and computers will have an impact on residents. So those labs, wet and dry, could exist on site along the railway because they will be on blocks, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Or perhaps not on the ones that face any buildings, perhaps not 6. Because there, they wouldn't affect, they are at a good distance, and there's also the garden in the middle, they would be separated from the communities. So all the interfaces with local communities, York Street, St. Matthews, Silverwood, should be reserved with buildings that are not higher than three floors altogether, with flues included, and should be reserved for retail and offices, so that there's no issue with health and safety. So if that was the case, the system could be palatable and wouldn't be too damaging for the amenities and lifestyle of people. However, I agree with the previous presentations that the loss of shopping area in there is terrible. I also cycle and walk and do my shopping there, even if I live a bit further down. And it will force people to drive out of Cambridge. So that will increase congestion and decrease the quality of life. You will have buses going close to the house in York Street and Silverwood Close and St. Matthews, where there was no buses going on. It was a quiet, silent area, will become noisy. Plus the air conditionings and the exhausts and the potential contaminations. And finally, I don't see the point of 6,000 people coming and working and going out at night and making this as you know, a very strange area of Cambridge. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leah. Just turn it off. Well done. Thank you very much. So finally, we've got Mark Risen. We did think it was neutral, but maybe he's more objecting, but you decision makers to make your own mind up on that. So,
Just ask him, Chair, just check.
yeah, oh, is Mark here, is he? Sorry, I thought he was Mark Risen. No, statements, yeah. So, James, if you don't mind reading out the statement, please.
Statement from local residents.
Speak up, James.
Coldham's Lane in Romsey is a residential road that has been allowed to become a rat run across the ring road A1134 and rat run from the southeast to the Beehive Centre and retail park, causing grossly excessive traffic and hence noise and chemical pollution. In principle, the Beehive Centre redevelopment is welcome in terms of reducing this grossly excessive traffic in Coldham's Lane in Romsey, a lot of which is to or from the Beehive Centre. However, this will be fruitless if the traffic just transfers to the retail park. Therefore, it should be a condition of planning permission that the retail park bollard, the one outside home base, be reinstated. Its removal was snuck through in the early days of COVID, since the owner of the Beehive Centre is also the owner of the retail park. In addition, to actually bring about the benefit, it should be a condition of planning permission that the Beehive Centre redevelopment works traffic will not use Coldham's Lane in Romsey. Access should be via the Ring Road A1134, i.e. Newmarket Road, not over Coldham's Lane Bridge. That deliveries to the redeveloped Beehive Centre will not use Coldham's Lane in Romsey. That measures to effectively discourage use of Coldham's Lane in Romsey for car access to the redeveloped Beehive will be taken. That the parking management plan for the redeveloped Beehive Centre will be implemented and enforced, i.e. no car parking except blue badge and employees of redeveloped Beehive Centre. That the developers will pay for the introduction and operation of a resident parking scheme on Coldham's Lane in Romsey, should Coldham's Lane in Romsey start to be the overflow parking for the Beehive Centre. Statement ends.
Right, thank you. Okay, so how many minutes was that in the end then, James?
Happily, that was just 15 minutes.
Wow, 15 minutes. Okay, good. Right, so first up on support is Matthew Howard, for the applicant. So Matthew, hello. So it's 15 minutes in total, it's 3 minutes per person, but I think as you're the applicant, you could go over a bit if you needed to properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. Over the past 30 months, we've worked collaboratively with the City Council's Planning Department to develop our plans and have updated our designs in line with community feedback.
Matthew, you need to speak up a bit so everyone can hear. Just get a bit closer or whatever. Thanks.
The Council has recognised the significant economic, social and environmental benefits of the proposals. However, despite this, it has recommended refusal based on a technical matter that our application directly addresses. Daylight and sunlight were first discussed with the Council in 2021 and revisited in detail after concerns were raised in November 2024. Given the issue's complexity, we urged the Council to engage an independent expert. Despite requesting an ongoing dialogue, the draft report was provided just 40 minutes before a meeting on the 28th of January 2025. A follow-up on the 31st of January led to agreed actions, but this productive exchange was abruptly cut short by an officer's letter that afternoon. We have always aimed to work constructively with officers, but there is a fundamental error in assessing the scheme's effects on daylight, sunlight and shading. The officer's appraisal does not fully align with the relevant technical guidance, including BRE guidelines, or established appeal and legal precedents. The Beehive Centre cannot remain a big box retail park forever, and our proposal underscores our commitment to Cambridge, guided by the principles of patient, long-term pension fund investment, creating meaningful, positive change in the communities we serve while delivering sustainable return for 350,000 railway workers and pension savers who trust us with their future. Like all our developments in the city, we are committed to creating the most sustainable places in Cambridge. This approach has resonated with the community, with over 50 people supporting our amended plans and more than 75 when you include the statutory consultation on our first proposals. We are particularly pleased to have the backing of local, impactful organisations, as Abbey People, CAMS Skate, CAMS Youth Panel, Indie Cambridge, Form the Future and Constructive Pathways. Kath from Venery Road is just one local resident in support of this project. She said our proposals bridge the gap between life sciences and the local community, with public spaces for skating with CAMS Skate, a new youth and community space developed in collaboration with Abbey People, Romsey Mill and CAMS Youth Panel, a Makers Lab designed with Cambridge Science Centre, and support for independent businesses through our work with Indie Cambridge. These plans will create over 6,000 jobs, including 2,130 entry-level positions. That's over 1,500 more than currently exist on the site. We're already supporting the city's efforts to tackle poverty and inequality, and through these proposals we have committed to a voluntary employment and skills strategy secured by a planning condition. This will build on our existing work with Form the Future, Future In, Constructive Pathways and Abbey People. David from Brooks Road, along with residents from York Street and Winstanley Court on Cromwell Road, highlighted our public transport improvement plan. We are investing £8 million in public transport, which includes adding 50 new buses per hour, funding targeted improvements to walking and cycling routes across the area, introducing a new Beehive Greenway, upgrading the Coldham's Lane roundabout, delivering over 4,000 new cycle spaces, and much more. This plan will help reduce congestion, improve air quality, and create positive impact for both people and the planet. Keith from Newmarket Road said the plans will keep the area buzzing with people, not cars, by bringing a mix of shops, restaurants and community spaces to the area. And we are committed to making the Beehive Centre the most welcoming place in the city, continuing our collaboration with Red to Green and Make Space for Girls to ensure inclusivity for people with autism, learning difficulties and young women. A resident at St Matthew's Gardens highlighted the delivery of much needed public and open spaces in Petersfield, including a new public park larger than St Matthew's Piece. With space for trees in Petersfield scarce, these plans include the addition of 275 new trees and at least 100% biodiversity net gain. Residents will benefit from these improvements right away. The new public park, Beehive Greenway and community spaces will be delivered in the first phase, ensuring positive changes from the outset. Additionally, improvements to Cambridge Retail Park, including the relocation of key retailers, will be completed before any work begins at the Beehive Centre. Access through the Beehive will also be maintained during construction, allowing Romsey and Petersfield residents to continue reaching the retail park. Given that this is an outline application, to establish the principal development, further detailed design work will be carried out with the officers to refine the final proposals at reserved matter stage. This process will naturally include for a further detailed assessment of daylight, sunlight and shading, benchmarked against the window-by-window assessment undertaken for the illustrative scheme. These assessments will be presented to the committee at the detailed stage to ensure their appropriateness. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we respectfully ask members to take into account the significant economic, social and environmental benefits of this scheme when making your decision. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. So we'll go through the rest of the list of the supporters now before we get to councillors. So next up is Nikki Shepherd. Online, I think, yeah. Hi, Nikki. Hello. So
Hello.
Yep. We're up to about 4 minutes or so at the moment, I think. So if you've got to stick to 2 or 3 minutes, that's good.
Yeah, thank you. I am Nikki Shepherd. I am CEO of Abbey People, and I've been a local resident here in Abbey for 20 years. Abbey People would like to formally express support for the planning application discussed today in the Beehive Centre by Railpen. Over the last 4 years, Railpen have made significant efforts to engage with the community through various channels, including the Big Lunch, business networking events, volunteering, community events, online platforms, all in addition to their consultation activities. In our opinion, they've been responsive to the concerns raised by residents, these being transport, lack of parking, job loss and creation, building heights, and retaining key retailers. Our understanding is that the multi-storey car park and increased subsidised bus journeys will help to reduce car journeys, while the active transport infrastructure is greatly improved. Railpen have worked diligently to ensure that key retailers of importance to the community were retained in the project. In response to feedback regarding building heights, they've adjusted their plans, and it's our understanding that they were willing to enter into further discussions with officers and residents, but this offer was refused. In collaboration with Abbey People and other local partners, the Railpen have contributed to the design of a youth facility and have committed to working with partners on the development of appropriate youth programming for the space. Furthermore, they've pledged to provide comprehensive programming of outdoor spaces, offering bus services, facilitating job creation, implementing skills training programs, and ensuring long-term community engagement in this new development. It's our opinion that the use of the site is much improved, with improved public realm, biodiversity and environmental sustainability, transport connectivity, a range of shopping options, improved facilities for knowledge-intensive businesses, and a drastic increase in jobs, both in number and types of jobs, from knowledge-intensive industries through to more accessible entry-level roles. Significant work has been undertaken to develop skills partnerships so that local people who are currently not in work are able to access the jobs being created in the new development. Over the last 5 years, there's been significant work, including through the Focus on Abbey programme, across a number of partners to develop a vision for a happy, healthy, thriving community across our whole ward. The plans that Railpen have submitted go a long way towards providing the infrastructure needed for that healthy, vibrant community. The proposed regeneration is expected to bring substantial benefits to the Abbey community on the whole, including improvements to built environment, transport infrastructure, leisure facilities and economy, and Abbey People support these proposed plans. Thank you.
Yep, thanks very much, Nikki. So next is Daniel Edwards. Daniel, make sure it stops. You stopped it, yeah, okay. What's that? Hang on a minute, Daniel.
Good afternoon.
I missed one out. Sorry, it doesn't matter too much. So you go first, Daniel, then Paul going after you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. So I've written a brief statement. So we at Constructed Pathways are writing to formally support the planning application for the Beehive Centre in Cambridge. As representatives of Constructed Pathways, an organisation dedicated to enabling sustainable employment opportunities for future generations in the Cambridge and Peterborough region, we've been actively supporting this project with the intention of driving economic growth and skills development in the local community. Constructed Pathways is committed to enabling training opportunities by navigating alternative training routes and leveraging support from key stakeholders, including local authorities, the Department for Work and Pensions, master developers and the supply chains. We've already established pathways into the construction industry, working with H&P Peterborough and developing training sites at Alconbury and Waterbeach through Urban and Civic. The Beehive Centre aligns with our objectives to train and provide employment opportunities for local people, for providing a space that fosters career development, upskilling and long-term employment sustainability. We believe the rejection of this planning application will hinder significant social economic benefits for Cambridge. This project represents an opportunity to create a thriving hub that not only supports local business and employment, but also aligns with the broader goals of community enrichment and sustainable development. As of 2020, Cambridge 2030 2030 produced a report that had Cambridge as the UK's most unequal city, a surprising ranking considering the city is famous for its university and education system. Cambridge is also one of the UK's most unaffordable cities to live in, and food insecurity and homelessness are becoming more prevalent. Part of the working relationship with Railpen is to target those who need support and offer them skills training and gainful employment so they can support themselves and future generations. We respectfully request that the Council reconsider its decisions, taking into account the broader positive impact that the Beehive Centre will bring to the community. We would welcome the opportunity to discuss potential amendments or mitigations that may address any concerns that raised during the application review process. Recently, there has been a report commissioned looking at deprivation in Cambridge and around the wards of Cambridge. Abbey Ward, alongside King's Hedges, has the highest amount of deprivation households in the whole of Cambridge. It has 17% of its residents have no formal education. 8% have level 1. If I put that in context, level 1 education is education, reading and writing for an age of a 5 to 7-year-old. Our programmes aim to target those not in education, employment or training. And if I put that into perspective, we are currently running 8-week bricklaying programmes. At the back of that training, that individual will leave our training with a job, earning around £30,000 or £40,000 a year. Within a year, they will be commanding in excess of £70,000 a year jobs. These are life-changing salaries for the local community, and a part of Railpen and the work we're doing with the supply chain, we will contract the supply chain employs these people, and they will effectively be building the Beehive Centre for them and for future generations. So we look forward to working collaboratively and finding a solution that benefits all stakeholders involved and allows local people seeking work a real sustainable route into it, bring the very community they live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yep, turn it off, thanks. Yeah. So, got 11 minutes so far, another 4 to go. So, Paul Elbro, Paul here or online? Not sure.
Hi, I'm online.
Hello, Paul. Right. So, if you've got 2 or 3 minutes to be good, please, when you're ready.
So I'm a director of Camskate. We're a local community interest group that promotes the activity of skateboarding and campaigns to improve skateboarding facilities in Cambridge. We represent over 1,000 skaters in Cambridge and the surrounding area. Under the principle of development, Camskate supports Railpen's commitment to include skateboarding areas within the new Beehive plans. Camskate's been involved with the redevelopment consultations since 2022, and we've worked extensively with Railpen to include skateboarding areas safely in the Beehive plans, including running a workshop with the project's architects and landscape architects and 25 skateboarders to safely integrate skateboarding alongside areas designated for pedestrians and cyclists. We believe that the success of the Warehouse Indoor Skate Park on Coldham's Lane, with over 1,400 unique visitors in 4 months, demonstrates the demand for high-quality skateboarding facilities in the Beehive area. There's currently a lack of facilities in the Abbey Ward. For example, the Coldham's Lane mini ramp is inadequate, isolated and poorly maintained. Integrating skateboarding areas within public spaces such as the Beehive is important to provide a safe environment for skateboarders of all ages. For example, the placement of the skate plaza in the Beehive plans enables parents to keep an eye on their younger children skateboarding without standing or sitting in the plaza area. This is safer for everyone and helps promote a sense of independence in the children using the plaza. In addition, urban skateboarding projects such as the installation of obstacles on Exchange Street in Sheffield show that the public presence of skateboarders can act to reduce crime and antisocial behaviour in previously problematic areas. Skateboarding is one of the world's fastest growing sport, has a strong record in attracting previously inactive people into physical activity, as well as working effectively with young people from marginalised groups. And a recent study by Instinct Laboratory and Flow Skate Park shows that skateboarding can reduce stress, provide a sense of achievement and increase confidence in young people. It's worth noting that women are one of the fastest growing groups taking up skateboarding. The Duke of Edinburgh Award found that interest in skateboarding amongst females aged 14 to 24 increased by 800% from 2017 to 2022. In summary, Camskate Campsgate supports the provision of a public, well-integrated skateboarding plaza at a minimum into the new Beehive development as a key part of improving facilities for young people in Abbey Ward and Cambridge as a whole. Thank you.
Right, thanks very much. One more to go. It's a statement. James is going to read it out. I think we've got just over a minute, so you do it and I'll see how long it's going to take. How many pages is it, James? I reckon it's about a minute or two, so
Yeah,
we'll go with it.
Yeah.
So if you want to read it out then, James, please.
Statement from the CAMS Youth Panel. The redevelopment of the Beehive Centre site seems long overdue, and by comparison to other areas of the city, it is now looking outdated and unappealing. It doesn't represent the modern and forward-thinking vision of Cambridge that speaks to the future. It seems to remind us of how retail used to be offered in bygone era. It doesn't understand the digital economy. When Railpen came in with a programme to revitalise this area and to breathe new life into the location, it seemed absolutely necessary. They identified a range of different offers that need to be made to make the Beehive Centre appealing once again. They invited us in as a youth panel, and they listened to and worked with young people to create something that offered a broad appeal. Railpen also listened to local residents, and the young people involved in those plans worked hard to offer compromises that stayed faithful to the original aspirations but demonstrated a mindful attitude towards those living nearby. This plan offers a view of Cambridge that is more ecologically sound, that values a wide variety of people, that encourages business and small business growth, and that presents retail and leisure in a new way. The new vision for the Beehive Centre offers encouragement towards public transport and a falling carbon footprint in our over-congested city. We need all those things. If left as it is, the Beehive Centre threatens to become an irrelevant, unpopular edge-of-town retail estate. It will decay. It will attract antisocial behaviour, which includes the possibility of car meets, drugs and alcohol issues and homelessness. Those things are a matter of time in an area without investment that is not kept up to date with a true purpose. Railpen have worked with young people to design a secure space that appeals to a wider audience, that is exciting, worth upholding and protecting. Young people are often pushed out of such ideas because the media has associated young people so stubbornly and so unfairly with antisocial behaviour and crime. On behalf of the CAMS Youth Panel, I ask you to be thoughtful towards the true nature of young people and their needs, the needs of our city and the benefits Railpen are offering. Statement ends.
Right, thanks for that, James. So that's all the speakers. Just to say, councillors, you can see in the report under 11.0 and 11.1 onwards text describing what the various organisations are saying about the application and about themselves and the relationship between the two. And I draw your attention to 11.1, bullet points 1 and 2 particularly, for the first one, Abbey People. So next up is councillors. Richard Robertson, you're first. And councillors have unlimited time to speak.
We do, but it's not a good idea to abuse it. Now, while it's good to see a proposal which would provide employment and help develop science in the city, this scheme is for the wrong location and includes no housing on the site. Now, the first thing I must make clear is my overwhelming concern for the residents living around the site. These appalling plans would impose catastrophically adverse amenity if permitted. Locating these proposed enormous blocks of offices and labs on a site surrounded on 3 sides by housing of mostly 2 or 3 stories would be totally inappropriate. The Beehive is a poor location for the site of a major employment, for other reasons as well. There is no station nearby. Roads in the area are already overloaded with motor vehicles. Those walking and cycling to work would congest the narrow roads and pavements around much of the area. Promising to fund a few buses just would not be enough. So that's my overview of the proposals, and I'll add just 2 other factors which you need to take into account. The first one is the trees. The applicant proposes planting 212 new trees across the site. And in fact, their latest proposal is for 275 new trees. Now, this sounds encouraging, since 61 of the existing trees on the Beehive site would need to be felled and only 58 retained. However, the tree officer's view is that 212 new trees is unrealistic, let alone 275. She warns that a reduction in the numbers should be anticipated at the reserved matters stage, when many of the trees are likely to be limited in stature or be shrubs. The reserved matters stage. Now, this is an important thing. It must be remembered this is only an outline application, and much of the detailed design and planning has not yet been produced for us to see. It means that we do not have full knowledge of many important elements of the development that's proposed. The officer's report states that the submission contains relatively limited detail on what the design and appearance of the buildings could be. Illustrative drawings are provided, but they relate to the layout and general arrangement of the development rather than elevational design and materiality. The effects of year 15, similar to the construction phase, are uncertain at this outline stage due to the absence of detail on the landscaping, which is a reserved matter. In assessing the townscape and visual impact proposal, the officer's report, due to the outline nature of the application, an assessment of nighttime effects is not feasible at this stage and would instead be conducted at the reserved matters stage. The design panel expressed serious concerns over the use of an outline planning submission and a design code to achieve the necessary refinement in architectural design that buildings of this scale need in such a sensitive and highly visible setting. The design panel stated that they were particularly concerned about the flues to be constructed on top of some of the buildings. They reported that there are concerns over whether the position of the ventilation stacks, etc., will need to change once the buildings are designed in detail. Now, the visualizations have been provided of what the vast buildings would look like viewed from various locations. However, they rely on an unknown design and size of the ventilation flues. Other than that, they could add a maximum of 25% to the height of the building. That 25% means that a 35.9 metre block 5 would have a chimney almost 9 metres high on the top of it. Finally, I need to draw your attention to the status of the promises made to the community by the applicant. Promises about the community and youth space, the skateboarding and skating space, the Makers Lab, the communal green space. Outline consent for the site would not bind the applicant to provide any of these facilities. Indeed, the inclusion of a design code in an outline planning application implies that individual plots may not be delivered by the current applicant at all. If that is a possibility, then who would deliver the community spaces, the communal green spaces, and the public realm? This lack of commitment by the applicant is exemplified with regard to the swimming pool on the existing site. A quote from the officer's report: "The applicant has acknowledged that the loss of the existing on-site leisure facility would in part conflict with policy 73 of the local plan. But the applicant has also declined at this stage to commit to a planning obligation that would require re-provision of a swimming pool or similar suitable leisure facilities on the site." There are so many aspects of this application where detail has been left to be dealt with at a later stage. So in conclusion, I would ask the officers and committee to consider adding a further reason for refusal, and that would be that the application contains too high a level of reliance on detail being deferred and dealt with as reserved matters at a later stage. Detail which the design code may not adequately deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Tong.
Hello, everybody. It's been asked if Alex Boulat's statement could be read first. I don't know if that's possible.
What's this thing about having things in certain orders? What does it matter? I mean, your other councillor wants to go at the end. I mean, let's just get the thing done.
I
Is
just
there any
wanted
reason for it?
May I explain?
we haven't had a chance to compare statements beforehand, and if there's an overlap between Alex's written statement and our oral ones, we can reduce what we say. But Alex is not here to take things out of her statement, and that's why we wanted her statement first.
All right, thanks for that, Councillor. Go on then. So, James, do you want to read out Councillor Boulat's statement, please?
So, statement from County Councillor Boulat. My apologies, I cannot be at the meeting in person today due to a diary clash, but I'd like to represent the residents who contacted me about this proposal. The Beehive proposal has been subject to extensive consultation with residents and stakeholders, and it is good to attend some of the events and speak directly with the project's representatives. The level of engagement on this has been, in my view, much more comprehensive than in other development proposals, and I thank all those involved in this for their time and patience in explaining the various stages and elements of the Beehive Centre plans. So I know how much work has gone in, for example, in ensuring some shops can be relocated from Beehive to the retail park, as well as ensuring that Asda is kept accessible to Abbey residents, one of the top issues mentioned by residents. I've also been impressed by the engagement with young people in this proposal, having attended one such meeting, ensuring young people have a say on the spaces they need. Their voices are often missed in development consultations, so I'm glad the consultation team worked with young people as well as local organisations such as Abbey People to involve those whose voices are less heard. I've been involved particularly in conversations about transport access to the site, as many residents are concerned about the impact on congestion on Newmarket Road and other local roads. While there were some reassurances, many concerns still remain on parking, traffic and overall impact on roads from residents I speak to. The extra buses planned will unlikely mitigate the impact of the large numbers of additional workers. I also have to say that when the initial proposal was shared, I was surprised to see no housing element of the plan, especially given that Cambridge is a growth area, and while having more businesses is very welcome, we need to ensure we have the housing and infrastructure available for workers in those businesses. I'm encouraged by the government's wider plans on building more affordable housing, and I hope that if this proposal goes ahead, this is addressed through the wider growth planning of the city. It is also important to highlight that the Environment Agency has lifted their opposition to the Beehive development in a couple of weeks ago. I think many areas of concern highlighted in some of the representations in the papers for this meeting could be overcome by reviewing planning conditions, especially around active travel and public transport. Statement ends.
Right, thank you for reading that out, James. So next up is Councillor Tong.
Hello, my name is Councillor Elliot Tong and I am one of the City Councillors representing Abbey Ward, which is where this application is based. Now, to begin, I'd like to acknowledge that the Beehive Centre and the amenities that it provides are absolutely invaluable to the local community.
You've lost the thing, it's not working, so don't know what's happening. It is now, I think. So
cool, amazing.
Say the last sentence again.
I can't remember exactly where it cut out, but basically the Beehive Centre is very, very important to the community because it provides goods and services that the community relies on, specifically shops such as Asda. It is really important that we make sure that the shops are protected, especially the essential shops that people need. And I am really happy with some of the promises made by the applicant, although it is going to require ongoing work. I think there is a widespread acceptance that this site needs investment because many of the businesses there are struggling and in general, a lot of areas in Abbey are underinvested in. So it's really nice to see investment into this community, and I'm very, very happy about the work that has been done to support community groups. As has already been acknowledged, I think the developer in this regard has really gone above and beyond. They've gone a lot further than many other developers. However, we do need to make sure that residents' concerns are being listened to and taken account of. One of the big ones is overlooking, particularly around St Matthew's Gardens, particular areas of that estate anyway, and Silverwood Close. because we could see significant reductions in daylight, which could be a real harm to the mental and physical well-being of local residents who live in this area. And I think this issue needs to be considered. It can't be ignored because we need to make sure that residents are being worked with, and I want to make sure that is happening. Now, I think we all accept that this site needs sprucing up, but I think it's really important those concerns are taken on board. And I'll leave my statement there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, lastly, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Naomi Bennett and yet another Abbey councillor. I agree with many of the points raised by my ward mates, Councillor Balat and Councillor Tong, so I can cut them out of my speech. I want to talk about the impact on residents at Silverwood Close and St Matthew's Gardens for a moment. And this committee is used to dealing with issues of daylight loss and loss of sunlight. But when we did our site visit, I was taken aback at the extent of the loss, particularly because many of the properties are small properties with social housing. So the loss of even one window and the benefits from that window is substantial. I also know from my casework that there are a lot of people in St Matthew's and Silverwood who are retired or work from home. So they're there pretty much all the time, so the adverse impact on them is increased. So like the rest of us, I think I'm looking forward to hearing more about the technical details of that. However, I will say some things in favour of the proposals, which is that normally I'm the first to point out that Cambridge is a full employment city and more jobs simply means more people commuting in. But this is a bit different in Abbey Ward because we have a lot of residents who are underemployed or in very low paid employment, who are struggling to get their feet in the door for anything better. You've already heard from Nikki Shepherd and Dan Edwards on the detail of this. But we really value the commitment, which we've tested in various conversations throughout the last 2 years, to ensuring that local people have access to as many as possible to the jobs on the new site. However, like Councillor Robertson, I have to say that while we are possibly more confident of a good faith in Railpen, a promise is a promise. And at this stage, I understand that we're not entering into a Section 106 agreement that could secure this. I think that Railpen has shown their good faith by offering to advance a lot of the benefits from the site in terms of planting and access. But I think involving the Secretary of State at this late stage has raised concerns with me. Thank you. I think that's all I can say that is useful at this stage.
Right, thank you, Councillor, and thanks to all the councillors and all the speakers indeed. So we normally take a lunch break between 12 and 2. I think I'd like to make a start on this item before we take a break, and I think the most important thing to do first would be to do residential amenity, as that's the thing that the recommendation refers to in terms of its refusal recommendation by officers. Now, in key issues on page 1, we've got a list there which I intend to stick to, but I would like councillors to feed into that process if you have any thoughts about what you'd like to consider. Because what I'm going to do with this one is it's a big, complicated item. It's probably best if we do it subject by subject. So we've got a 1 to 7 list there of key issues, which I think is a good list to go with. But I'd like to start with number 4 and then go back to 1 and go on from there. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. That sounds good to me. There's been much play in this between the illustrative designs and the maximum designs on which this a decision has to be made. I'd quite like to understand that before we start exactly what that all means, you know, and what we should be based on. But I think a lot of the arguments from the applicant have been saying, well, but the illustrative design is better. So I'd like to understand exactly how we should be taking account of that in our deliberations before we start.
Fair enough, yeah. I think it'd be sensible then. So we'll have a burning questions bit at the start, get that out of the way. If we could limit ourselves, please, councillors, so that it isn't too long a debate, because we do need to stop for lunch at some stage. And then we'll go through the list, and at the end, we'll have a conclusion element with any final questions, etc., etc. Councillor Thornborough.
Just leading on about the illustrative versus the parameter plan, is it correct? Well, in 3.4...
Hang on a minute, hang on. What I want to do first, just get any thoughts from councillors about how you want to go through the list. So any more thoughts about adding to, taking away from? Councillor Gilderdale.
Could we add trees to the list, please?
Trees will be in townscape and visual impacts, I think, probably, but yes, we'll make sure trees are in that bit. Okay. Councillor Porro?
Sorry, which list are we looking at? I apologise.
List on page 1 of the officer report, key issues. There's a list of 7, so we're going to do a list of 9. So 0 will be burning issues. Number 2 will add trees onto it if it's not already included. And number 8, which isn't there, will be conclusion. So final points, final debate. All fine with that? Good. Okay, so back to you, Councillor Young, with your issue.
Yeah, but I think I've already stated it. Perhaps the officers could explain.
Yep, fine. Okay, Grimmet.
So the application is entirely obviously an outline, and it's supported by a series of parameters which effectively are almost very high level kind of concepts. So those themes such as building scale, the layout, the structure, that was in one of the parameters I recall showing. I should probably bring it up on the screen, but so what it is, they're just that the detailed design isn't there, but it's at very high level, but allows for the start of some high level ingredients for both the scale of buildings, the way you access and circulate the development, how you lay out landscaping and public realm, and deal with some of the other aspects. I mean, the submission is effectively seeking for permission for the maximum level of the scheme. The illustrative is simply providing one version of how that scheme may come forward. It is only illustrative, i.e. meaning it's not for approval. It's the maximum scheme which is, covered by all these individual parameters which are technically or were to be approved had it not been effectively called in, or hope that clarifies the situation.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that in the particular point of daylight and sunlight. We've got assessments which look at the maximum parameter scheme in terms of the heights shown within that AOD, and then we've got the same assessment against the illustrative scheme. But the point being is, and it's covered in the amendment sheets and in some of the correspondence which has been published online in the recent days, that the illustrative scheme is not, as Jim has pointed out, an operative part of the plan permission. It isn't what they're seeking permission for. It wouldn't be conditioned for approval. We can't really rely on that. They are suggesting an approach which uses condition to secure no worse effects than the illustrative scheme, but officers, for the reasons that we've set out in the report and in the presentation, feel that the illustrative scheme still has residential amenity issues that are unresolved. And not only that, we haven't actually seen the 3D model upon which the illustrative scheme is based. So there are questions around the lawful use of some of these conditions that we've taken some advice on, and there are still outstanding questions on that. I didn't know if there was anything else to add.
So I'd just like to come back to you, Councillor, but just like to repeat that, what the officer said, there are questions around the lawful use of with regard to the applicant and their application. So that's something that's on the table. So did you want to say anything else, Councillor Young, on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, just to say that I thought there was rather big differences between the maximum scheme and the illustrative scheme when we were shown the viewpoints from the historical views. So basically, I thought, yeah, so there's a big difference there. I think you're right in terms of the view, the sunlight and daylight measurements as well. There still remains issues even in the illustrative scheme there. But I thought the biggest difference for us was in the historical views there.
Yeah. So just before I come to you, Councillor Power, I mean, I concur with you, Councillor Young. I myself also found it difficult, although I appreciate it's an outline application. But, you know, this several times not interpreted as actual building heights, indicative view 3 times, I think, or at least, impression, illustrative formats. I mean, it's very difficult for us, I think, why are we being shown any of that if it doesn't mean anything? So we've got the maximum, which we can make sense of, but then even then, we know from our experience that maximums can sometimes come back to the table and be increased. But anyway, that's all we've got, I guess, on the table is the maximum. So, Councillor Pora.
Thank you. Just my burning question. So a lot of the people spoke in favour because of the principles of development and the engagement. But I think one of the councillors, I've forgotten which, apologies, said that this isn't currently guaranteed at the outline stage. So, for example, the skating, the youth engagement. So I just wanted to ask officers, can we give any weight to that? Because I'm also mindful that however good or bad a developer is, this development could be sold tomorrow to a different developer. So I want to know how much confidence I can have in any of the things that some of the speakers mentioned. Or would that be something we'd expect to come forward at reserve matters, for example?
Yeah, I think that was Councillor Robertson. So, officers?
Yeah, so in terms of the reserve matters, so the detail of say, landscaping appearance, scale, essentially reserve matters access, the illustrative information, as I think Toby mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, is intended to be informative rather than determinative. It doesn't mean that there are certain aspects within the applicant's proposal which cannot be secured either through conditions or plan obligations. So, for instance, the design code is a very useful tool for imposing checks and measures to make sure that some of these details come forward in an acceptable manner. And likewise, some of the community improvements and the management of spaces, etc., can be dealt with through plan obligations as set out within the report.
Councillor Young.
Sorry, I'd just like to make quite sure I've understood what you said. So one of the really good things about this is the youth centres, the skate park, etc., and also the retail offering. And so are we saying that we cannot guarantee that, or that we can through the conditions? I'm sorry, it wasn't quite clear.
No, so through the plan obligations, there would be a local centre strategy which would sort of seek to refine the detail and agreement with the applicant on how that local centre would come forward in terms of the mix of uses. I don't think we necessarily have control over individual users, but in terms of planning function and the uses of land, we can have some control over that.
So the answer is some control. Councillor Thornbury, you were next.
I have 3 points I'd like to raise. So there's been a lot of work between the applicant and the planning authority over several years, but it seems that some things have happened where there hasn't been agreement. So, for example, the illustrative item 3.4 and 3.5, you actually state the area in the parameter plan, which is 670 square metres, and the illustrative GIA is 90,609 square metres. So the illustrative scheme is about 57% of the parameter plan, if my math's right. But was that agreed between the parties that the illustrative scheme would be that percentage reduction of the parameter plan? And that's one thing. And then also the main bone of a huge concern has been raised about the block which is closest to Silverwood Close. I think it's block 10. And the concern about the block, was it a block, well, Silverwood Close was raised in the first scheme, and then am I correct? And that the second scheme, as soon as the revised scheme came through, it was flagged up as they still had concern. And why it seems that this is the main area where the amenity, the negative amenity on neighbours is caused by this block. How is it that we've come to this committee where this still remains a major issue and it's been raised and raised and raised, and it's still a matter of concern? And how has this process broken down so that we're here discussing this with some distance between the applicant and the recommendation? And is there still no way forward to resolve this very large distance between the officers' concerns and the applicant's application?
I can
Thank you. So just before you answer that, on the second point, let's be clear here. In terms of anything breaking down, it's the applicant's prerogative to put on the table what they will. We do our best as officers and local ward councillors and so on to facilitate that. So over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, so in terms of the floor area discrepancy, Councillor, you've referred to, we have got the maximum parameter scheme, which is that, well, mostly relating to the external area and the GIA, the internal area, and there is a difference between that and what's shown in the illustrative details, and that illustrative floor space stems from the plan application submission, where it's essentially a case of there is potential at the reserve matter stage for a range of floor space uses within office and labs, and the proportions at which they would come forward are not known at this stage, and so that we are of the understanding is one way in which the scheme could come forward with a distribution between office and lab space, and perhaps the lab spaces have less functional floor space due to the presence of supporting infrastructure. But that would be our point on that. But that aside, it is not what's before us for consideration necessarily in terms of if we were to make a determination. It's just there to show one way in which the scheme could come forward. In terms of Block 10 and why we're in this position, I'm sure that Jim might have a few things to say on this as well, given his prior involvement to myself. But since the revised submission was received in September, that was reviewed, and early on in that process, officers amongst themselves identified daylight and sunlight as a concern. We then met with the applicant's plan agent to specifically raise this point, and essentially, after some time of seeking further collaboration and inviting the 3D model to be submitted for our assessment, we were that request was rejected, and we were advised to determine the application as it is before us. So we've got to this stage where we have then met once prior to this meeting again, not too long ago, upon receiving independent advice on the issue to set out the concerns, and there wasn't an agreed way forward because of officers are not comfortable with the recommended approach of the applicant of securing less adverse effects through a condition securing the harms no worse than the illustrative scheme, because we do not know what that illustrative scheme looks like.
Thank you. Okay. Right, now I'd like to get into the detail of the subject. So we'll go to item 4 on key issues on page 1 of the officer. Oh, sorry, could I miss you? Sorry, Councillor Evagent.
Sorry, just a brief point, and I think I know the answer to this. Overall, will the green space be protected, whatever, if outline planning permission is given, will the green space be protected and cannot be built on at any time? And secondly, it was stated in the application that when actual plans come forward, they will then conform with the then current building and planning regulations, which is something that outline planning doesn't actually require, because often we give outline planning and 5 years later somebody comes back and gives us their plans and they refer back to the situation as it was 5 years ago. I understand in this application they've agreed that they would conform to what will be the then current building regulations. Can I just confirm that that is right? Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks, Councillor. On the first question, we can cover it off in more detail under item 2 on the key issues when we get through those. But if you just give some sort of brief response now on the second question as well, please, officers.
So in terms of the open space point, I don't think there would necessarily be anything that explicitly says that these open spaces shouldn't be developed in future, but officers would have in mind that that would be secured as open space, so any future attempts to reduce that open space would in all likelihood be resisted on the basis that it's supporting infrastructure that forms part of the overall urban quarter that's being sought.
And the other question?
And just to add to that point that Andrew's made, that the landscape parameter that I've mentioned clearly shows where those open spaces are and their scale effectively, and the applicant has clearly defined through its supporting information how large some of these spaces will be. So in terms of their future delivery and their protection, that will ultimately would have been secured through any kind of consent that may have been given to that through things like the conditions and also the management of those spaces as well. That's also equally important to ensure that if they are delivered, they are managed and maintained as such in future.
So that applies as
Through
from...
the chair, please, Councillor.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you. That will apply as from the time that the outline planning permission is given. The green space can't change.
Yeah, because the outline effectively defines, yeah.
Right, okay. Now let's...
Second point, Chair.
Second point?
I was just going to say on the point around sustainable construction, the building regulations that would be, legally binding would be those that come in that are in effect at the time. I believe that the development, the works would commence in the event that the plan permission is granted. We couldn't necessarily secure anything beyond that, but if the applicant were to offer to exceed those requirements through some of their sustainability measures, it would be welcomed, but wouldn't be necessary to make the development acceptable.
Have you had the answer you want, Councillor Bajan? You look like you're done. I need to think. Okay, good. Well, that's a good thing to do. Okay, right. Now, I really want to get this first one done before we have a break. So that's residential amenity, item 4 in key issues on page 1. So, residential amenity, councillors, we're talking about the thing that the officers are recommending refusal for on this application, and that relates to light and lack of it. Who wants to go first? Councillor Young.
Thank you. So I'd appreciate an explanation of what the VSCs and the NSLs actually mean. It's quite technical, but basically you've got a house, and you've got a great big wall in front of them, and some of the values are kind of 90% reduction. What does that mean? Does that mean there's going? So yeah, exactly that. How much skyline will they see, and how much will their from just a practical perspective rather than numbers? If you could just put some flesh behind what those numbers mean, that would be really helpful.
Right, we've got an expert online that we can use as well. So are there any more questions from councillors before I go back to Juma, who may need to go to that person. Right, okay. Oh, Councillor Thornborough.
The other thing, if there is a reduction in the light level, by implication, does that mean that the occupants might be using, to increase the light back to where it was, would they be using more electricity and light, electrical light? So would they be using more of their own utilities? And does that vary in the same way as the light reduction?
Right, any more on this? Yes, Councillor Howard.
In the most recent response to these concerns about the validity of the BRE being met or not in terms of light, the officers have talked about a context in Islington as opposed to a context in Station Road CB1, and there being differences. Could we get more detail on whether they are different because of those light reasons or if it's something else?
Councillor Pora.
So I was looking at how many different properties are affected. Could the expert explain the difference between major adverse, minor adverse, and I've forgotten what the three different categories, because again, it's just trying to get your head around how bad that would be, because obviously I think there are 50 with major adverse. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Yes, there's also been an allegation of that the council officers have not carried out a two-stage process. So I'd like further explanation of exactly what that means and how we've come to the conclusion that we have come to. Thanks.
All right. I'll just say, okay, Councillor Garrido.
It would be helpful to also hear a bit more about the visual enclosure and loss of privacy. I know we're talking about light, but there's also, you know, loss of privacy is something that I think we all care a lot about, and I think that we've not really discussed it very much, but it is in there, and within this kind of area of discussion, it'd be helpful to hear a bit more about that, especially because we don't know what those buildings are actually going to contain. So could it be that, you know, there are officers then looking directly into people's gardens, etc.? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Councillor, just on that, I mean, it's a good question, and I'd like to hear more about that, and also, of course, to do with light. You know, scale and massing, overlooking, all of that. Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Just following up on Councillor Young's comments there, because the officer response amendment sheet is that they have undertaken a two-stage process, so I would like clarification on that as well. Also, can you say a bit more about the kind of what seemed to be slightly subjective opinion on the BRE guidance regarding material deterioration, which can be deterioration, can be disregarded in terms of the light analysis, because there's clearly a difference of opinion in how that is assessed. And it'd be helpful to know a little bit more about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll let officers answer that. Just to say, we've seen things to do with light before in committee. Often people lose light and they object, but it doesn't break the building research establishment test. So we can see that light is going to be lost, but it doesn't mean the test. In this case, it does break the test. So this is a significant change from what we often see at committee. It's not very often at committee we see that coming to committee. So an applicant is actually coming to committee with an application that is going to significantly affect other people, other residents. So that it's worth bearing that in mind, I think. And also the fact that the applicant has chosen to do that and not step back from that, reassess their application and how they might put that forward. So we are where we are. This is what the applicant wants to give to us. And it's of great concern. And as some of the speakers have said already about light, it's a real thing. People can have their physical and mental health affected by the lack of light. We know that science says that, so that is a real thing for residents around this potential application site. And I consider that very seriously. So officers, do you want to respond to those questions and maybe refer to others if you need to?
I think we were thinking it might be helpful if Ian could first take us through some of the broader descriptions of what some of the general questions raised around the consideration of daylight sunlight, then we can pick up any residual comments that are more related to officer.
Yeah, that's fine. So just say who Ian is, or tell him to say who he is so we know.
So, Ian, are you there?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Ian Diaz. I'm a partner at Schroders Begg, and we provide special advice on daylight and sunlight and to a number of planning committees and appeals, public inquiries, etc. I've taken a note of those questions, and I think it may be useful if I just provide some initial background just to the processes that we go through, and then some of the definitions and some of the targets that we are looking at. So in terms of our peer review report, I believe that's in Appendix E, that has been discussed and considered by the officers, and their findings are presented in the officers' report for committee. The methodology that has been followed for the daylight and sunlight review by the applicant is in reference to the BRE guide, site layout planning for daylight and sunlight. That's a guide to good practice. The latest edition is 2022. That's what the applicant has used, and we concur that is the relevant document to be used. For review, we are looking at both daylight and sunlight. They are measured separately, and we're looking at the effects upon neighbouring properties. And in terms of neighbouring properties, key ones are residential, and we are looking at habitable rooms. Now, what we mean by habitable rooms is living rooms, kitchens, dining rooms, bedrooms. We do not take account of changes to bathrooms or circulation areas. For sunlight, the focus is really upon sun-important rooms, which are living rooms and conservatories. And also we look at sunlight availability to external amenity areas. For residential, that is ordinarily rear gardens. Now, the BRE guide sets a number of tests and allows for certain reductions before reductions become noticeable. Before I go into that, it's just worth highlighting that the BRE guide is just that. It's not mandatory. It provides advice only. It supports a flexible approach because the guide is for universal application, so you will appreciate it needs to have flexible interpretation depending whether it's being used in a rural situation or a urban situation, and each site has its own constraints and contexts, etc. Where reductions fall outside the BRE guide for daylight and sunlight, then there will be a noticeable effect. But in certain instances, and this applies to this site as well, this site is partly car parking site. So some of the surrounding properties actually enjoy quite high levels of daylight and sunlight. And for meaningful development, there is the potential that some reductions will fall out of this target criteria. And that would not be unexpected. Obviously, the extent of reductions falling outside that criteria would still be relevant. There are also local and national policies on protecting amenity. For Cambridge, there's policy 60, which talks about protecting amenity. And also nationally, there is the National Planning Policy Framework. There's been reference to a two-stage approach. So that is not within the BRE guide. That is in support of various references, and in particular there was a case, Rainbird versus London Borough Tower Hamlets, and in that particular case it was established that the process adopted was to firstly see which reductions fall outside the BRE target criteria, and then to consider those that do fall outside the target criteria, then to consider the acceptability of those departures from the BRE guide. So just turning to the BRE guide now, in terms of the tests, and some of this was raised in questions. So there are, when we're looking at daylight losses to neighbouring residential habitable rooms, we are comparing the existing levels enjoyed to the proposed levels in the proposed scenario, and we're looking at the reduction as well. And the two tests for daylight, both of them are of equal importance. One is called the vertical sky component, or VSC, and in fairly basic terms, that is a measure of the availability of skylight at the centre of the window serving the room under consideration. And the maximum VSC value you can have is just below 40, and the BRE target criteria works that reductions down to 27, a VSC value of 27, would meet targets. Where we fall below that, then the target is not less than 0.8 times whatever the former value was. So when we're looking at 0.8 times former value, what we're saying is a 20% reduction. So once we fall below a VSC value of 27, we are looking at the target is not to exceed a 20% reduction compared to its former value. For daylight distribution, which is the other daylight test, this is a test of how much direct sky can be seen within the room. Now, we don't quantify the amount of sky, it's just as to whether sky can be seen within the room at various points within the room. And the points within the room we take at the working plane, which is 85 centimetres above the floor level. And we draw a contour within the room, and this contour is called the no skyline. And that divides area within the room that can see direct sky and areas that cannot see direct sky. So areas behind the no skyline can no longer see direct sky. And the BRE target, default target, is not to exceed a 20% reduction. But bear in mind, these are default targets, and as mentioned before, it's not unusual for certain contexts to have reductions falling outside of those parameters. In terms of sunlight, as mentioned previously, we are focusing in on living rooms and conservatories, if those are applicable. There are two sunlight tests. One is for the annual probable sunlight hours, and that again is at the centre of the window that is serving the room under review, so the window serving the living room. And we can reduce sunlight hours down to 25% of annual probable sunlight hours before we need to consider reductions further. If falling below that, if we then have not less than 0.8 times former value, i.e. a 20%, a greater than 20% reduction, then that would no longer meet BRE target criteria for annual probable sunlight hours. We also look for winter hours, and the target for winter hours is 5%. And again, once we drop below that, then the reduction is targeted not to exceed 20%. There is an overriding catch for sunlight review that if the annual loss doesn't exceed an absolute change of 4%, then that would still meet target. In terms of sunlight to amenity areas, we are looking at rear gardens, and the test is whether that rear garden for half the area, at least half the area, whether it can receive 2 hours or more of sunlight on the 21st of March as the test date. If we are falling below that in the proposed scenario, then the target again is not to exceed 20% reduction. So that is the sort of parameters of the BRE guide. There was a question about lighting levels, etc. So once we start to exceed these BRE target levels for a room in terms of the daylighting tests, etc., then such reductions would become noticeable. And where the VSC exceeds those parameters, then more use of electric lighting may be applicable. And for daylight distribution, that part of the room that has exceeded that 20% loss, that area will also then become more gloomy in terms of lighting levels. Now, the question as to whether electric lighting would then be needed really depends on the time of day, time of year, the sky condition, whether it's cloudy, overcast. So that question I cannot answer directly, because we would need to look at a particular point at a particular time in the year. But once we do fall below those levels, i.e. reductions outside the BRE target criteria, the likelihood of more use of electric lighting would become more likely, shall we say. So that is just some background and parameters to give you some context. In terms of actual reductions for the maximum parameter scheme, there was 13 tables within our peer review report which were prepared. I'm happy to run through those if those would be of use at all.
Yes, please.
Yep. If I share screen then, if that's okay, and I'll just quickly run you through these reductions. So the first table presented here is for St. Matthew's Gardens, and this is for daylight VSC. And these are for main windows that have reductions that are falling outside of the BRE target criteria. And you'll notice in the last column, we've put a reduction adversity. So this isn't the ultimate consideration on whether in terms of acceptability, but it does assist in the process of considering how far the reduction is away from the target criteria. And we have referenced this as minor, moderate, or major. And in terms of minor, that means a greater than a 20% reduction up to 30%. Where it's moderate, it's greater than 30% up to a 40% reduction. And where we're greater than 40% reduction, we've classed that as a major reduction adversity. And you'll see here, these are the property references on the first column. We've then got the various room references that were used in the analysis, the window reference. And here we are seeing the existing VSC values in the next column. And you'll see there the proposed value, and you'll see there the reduction. So all of these are greater than a 20% reduction because that's what we are presenting, ones that don't meet the BRE targets. And you can see that by and large, we've also split this onto room uses. So here we have living
Stop a minute.
rooms.
Councillor Young, you want to interrupt with a question or something? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, very, very briefly. This is the percentage where you said that the maximum percentage for a VSC was 40%, right?
So this is, it gets slightly confusing that VSC is measured as a percentage. So I've not, really that should be saying 32% because that's how we measure VSC. And this should be saying 25.3%. But I've excluded adding a percent on there because we actually talk about the reduction percentage. So I was trying to not add.
No, sorry, I wasn't talking about the percentage notation. That to me was clear. But when you say 32 there, that's compared to a maximum of 40.
Yes, just below 40, that's correct, yes.
Right, so we're talking about most rooms being about half of what the maximum could be.
In broad terms, yes.
Yeah.
And you can see as existing some of these very high levels, you know, these are typically in their 30s, aren't they? I mean, look, we actually have one there that's 38.1. So that's almost at the maximum VSC level. But just to highlight, we
just
don't...
hold on, Ian, just sort of one other councillor wants to ask a quick question.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've got two questions, but one related to this. At what point does the health of the people living in the house reduce markedly? Now, you've given minor, major, moderate. I don't understand those terms. What I understand is at what point does it affect the people living in the house?
Well, any reduction that is outside BRE target criteria will be ordinarily noticeable to the occupant. In terms of health and well-being, there is ongoing research by the BRE research establishment. It is a factor, but I guess it depends on how those rooms are being used, the occupational time. So there is no definitive answer to say that this has this effect or that has that effect, because each on their own individuality, as it were. But it is recognised that deteriorations in daylight and sunlight, especially significant deteriorations, there is ongoing research relating to health and well-being.
Thanks, Ian. And there was a second question, councillor?
Yeah, that was in relation to the use of 20% reductions. And so I was going to take the example of the garden, which would have 2 hours daylight a day.
Let's have that at the end. Shall we let Ian go through the presentation?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, thank you.
I
All
didn't
right.
want to answer
So,
that
Ian, if
question.
you want to... Sorry. Oh,
Okay,
so... Jones, yeah, hang on a minute, Ian. Yeah.
Well, Chair, it's kind of relevant. I was just thinking in terms of the research that has been mentioned. Seasonal affective disorder, there's a lot of research on that in terms of loss of light levels, especially in the winter months. So in terms of the deterioration, right, that's, I think, a very important factor. And I was going to come on to say that the analysis in terms of winter months and the loss of light is, in fact, more important in terms of what's available in terms of light in the summer months.
Thank you for that, councillor. So carry on, Ian, please.
So as we were saying, in terms of existing values, these are high. You can see that typically they're in their 30s and the maximum VSC is just below 40. These are in the proposed scenarios, typically around about the 20, over the 20 mark, but there are some falling below. One example, there's kitchen and a living room at 13.8. 14.8 there is so those are falling outside a sort of general catchment of 20, and there's a few other examples. For these, we are seeing first three are minor, and then we enter into sort of major or moderate adverse reductions to these living rooms typically. Kitchen is moderate, dining rooms is moderate adverse reductions, and then apart from, I think, 4 minor reductions to bedrooms, the rest are either moderate or there's one isolated major there as well. So this table also carries on. There was a number of room uses that weren't stated. All of those have major adverse reductions. You can see there's quite a shift there. It's almost sort of typically halving of the VSC levels, so those are major adverse. And what I've done in this table, again, it's St Matthew's Gardens VSCs. We've tried to just group together minor, moderate or major adversities, and we've done the room uses. And you can see that there's a total of 37 main windows serving habitable rooms which would have an adverse reduction, and 26 of those would be falling within either moderate or major, and 7 relate to living rooms. And we've always sort of flagging living rooms as being sort of more of a key room in terms of occupational use, etc., during daytimes. So that is the VSC to St Matthew's Gardens in terms of one's not meeting targets. And then when we move on to the other daylighting test, which is of equal importance, daylight distribution, again, we are looking at St Matthew's Gardens, and where 83 is stated on the first one, that means 83% of the room area at working plane can see direct sky. And in the proposed scenario, that would reduce to 47% of the room area. So that would end up just below 50%. So what we can see in terms of existing daylight distributions, these are typically very high. The majority are in the 90s, circa mid-90s. So we are approaching rooms that almost have 100% daylight distribution. And you can see the reductions here in terms of reduction adversity. And we have typically major or moderate is the main run of classification. And you can see by just going through these, you can see that there's quite a few sort of 40-odd% reductions, particular high one there, 67. I should add, as a bit of further background, we've done different room uses. For bedrooms, daylight distribution is less important, and the BRE does expressly state that. We can see some significant reductions to these particular living rooms. That's left with 47, that would be 36, 48. So those are particularly key. And there's a number of rooms where room uses wasn't stated, but again, the first one, the first two are particularly adverse. The next two are faring better, but then again, another two particularly adverse, and the next two faring better. In terms of adversity, we've done a similar table where we've looked at minor, moderate, major. We've done the room uses. 21 habitable rooms had adverse reduction, and 18 of those are either moderate or major adverse, and 3 relate to living rooms in terms of major adversity. Exactly the same exercise on Silverwood Close. This is the VSCs for Silverwood Close. You can see that, again, the first 3 is moderate or major for living rooms, but then they are minor thereafter for living rooms. For kitchens, we typically have moderate with a few minor. Dining rooms is a bit of a mixture, and bedrooms is moderate for VSC reductions. Again, you'll see existing values, typically mid to high 30s. So again, very good VSC levels, overlooking car park areas, etc. And these are falling into these ranges you see before you, and we've talked about the reduction adversity. Again, a summary table, 26 main windows serving habitable rooms have adverse reductions, including 18, which would be in the higher category of moderate to major, and 3 would relate to living rooms that either have a moderate or major adverse reduction. Daylight distribution, again, for Silverwood Close, there are no living rooms that have an adverse noticeable reduction in terms of daylight distribution. In terms of kitchens, there are a number of them which are typically major or moderate with a few minor. Dining rooms, they are 2 of them are major, 1 is minor. And bedrooms, where daylight distribution is less important, but they are typically major or moderate. You can again see the retained levels. Some, that one has almost a halving of daylight distribution, going from 94 down to 48 for that particular kitchen. Again, the adverse summary is that 27 habitable rooms have adverse reductions. 21 would be within the higher banding of moderate to major, but there are no living rooms in this instance. For properties beyond St Matthew's Gardens and Silverwood, we have presented within these tables. VSC reductions are generally fairly limited. I've just put the roads and street names within the table. So you can see Sleaford Street, York Street, Hampden Gardens. But you'll note that they're all minor reductions except for the first two, which is major. One relates to a kitchen and the other relates to a bedroom. So moving on to daylight distribution. So that's just to clarify, that was the only ones in terms of VSC to main windows for windows beyond St Matthew's Gardens and Silverwood Close. But now we also consider these same properties for daylight distribution. There are quite a few number on York Street with habitable rooms having reductions for daylight distribution. You'll see there is one living room with a moderate adverse. There's 3 kitchens, a dining room, 2 bedrooms, and there is a number of room uses unknown, but I've presented those as the likelihood is that they're habitable rooms as well. And there is also then beyond York Street, there's Sleaford Street, Hampden Gardens and the Terrace, which also have a number of reductions for daylight distribution beyond target. By and large, they're minor reductions except for this one here, which is major, relating to a bedroom in Sleaford Street, and moderate on the Terrace, room use unknown. So for daylight distribution, we've just done a quick adverse summary table. 27 rooms have adverse reductions, 9 with either moderate or major, and 1 relates to a living room, and 5 is of unknown room uses. In terms of sunlight, for annual probable sunlight hours, we are seeing that those do, for where there are reductions applicable, they do meet BRE target criteria. The aspect that isn't meeting BRE target criteria, and bear in mind the focus is on living rooms, relates to winter hours. And here are the 4 living rooms, and they relate to properties on St Matthew's Gardens. Now, these are the existing percentage hours available, and the BRE states we can reduce them down to 5 before we then have to consider whether it's more than a 20% reduction. And because all of these fall below 5, then we're looking at the reductions. You can see that all those reductions are major, but I would highlight that 2 of them have a retained value of 4, which is just below 5 before we need to consider the reductions as such. That one is particularly adverse, where it's gone from 18 down to 1 in terms of winter sun, and 21 down to 3 is also more noticeable as well. So that is the situation in terms of living rooms. As I say, annual probable hours do meet target. There are 4 living rooms with winter sun hours relating to St Matthew's Gardens that don't meet target, and we consider those are major adverse reductions. And then we look at the sunlight availability to gardens, and there are 5 gardens that are having reductions that do not meet BRE target criteria, and we are considering all those reductions as major because in the existing situation, some high fairly significant areas of garden have the ability to receive 2 hours or more on the 21st of March, which is the test date. And all of these now fall below half the area of garden, albeit those 2 are still relatively close to half area, but 26% is significantly away from half the garden area. And once we drop below half, then the BRE starts to use terminology that it would no longer be adequately sunlit throughout the year. And you'll see that there's a particular major adverse reduction. So there will be noticeable change to the sunlight availability to 5 garden areas that don't meet BRE target criteria. That is really a summary on the situation in terms of the analysis review. In terms of reductions, though, that is not the sole end of consideration, because in order to consider acceptability, a wider realm is considered. So we're looking at quantum of windows and rooms not meeting targets, the extent of reductions, the adversity of those reductions, consideration on retained values, the room uses being affected. As I said, bedrooms is less important for daylight distribution. The overall context, the number of rooms affected in the property, etc. Now, some of those details have been hard to rationalize because there was some information not submitted. One example was we would ordinarily see daylight distribution contour plots, which show how the analysis is, what assumptions have been made on internal room use layouts within the property as it's reviewed. But in order to consider acceptability, it's not just done on the reduction adversity. It's a wider realm consideration on some of those points I've mentioned, but reduction adversity is certainly significantly relevant. And then ultimately that's given in terms of the harm weighed against the benefits of the scheme considered by case officers and considered by committee as part of today's review. But I hope that provides some background on the rationale and the analysis that's been reviewed and the ones that aren't meeting BRE targets. If there's any further questions, I'm happy to take those.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Hang around. I think, yeah, I got you, Councillor Young. Okay. I think the officers might have been wanting to reply a bit as well to questions that came a little while ago now, actually, but although Ian may have covered them off, I'm not sure. And I'm sure councillors may have some further questions. So we'll see how we get on with this, about whether we're going to actually finish this first block of questions on item 4 in residential amenity. So, sorry? I know it's lunchtime, that's what I'm saying. If you cut down what I just said in 2 sentences, it comes to it's lunchtime, but I'm just trying to get this bit done, the lighting bit. I think it's important. If you speak without your microphone, nobody can hear you, Councillor.
Chair, it's lunchtime. We could still be here at 5 o'clock. You're restricting councillors' ability to ask questions and to eat at the same time. I'm asking for lunch now.
Normally, Councillor, if someone asks for something straight away, I would say yes. I'm a bit concerned. We've got the expert online. We're in the middle of the lighting debate. I mean, can we find a middle ground here that we just do the lighting bit, but then we come back to the rest of the residential amenity after lunch? Would you accept that, Councillor? Other councillors?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's go then. Councillor Young.
Yeah, so thank you for all that detailed explanation. That is extremely helpful. I have a question because we've got the whole row of St Matthew's Gardens and the other one around. So I would like to understand how many houses are along there in total. And, you know, for example, some of them, and the buildings are huge next to them. So why is it that only some of them have such adverse effects? Yeah, I mean, like, for example, just, you know, on page 293 of the report, which is the first table 1, for example, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 living rooms. What about the other ones?
Okay, thanks. So, Councillor Thornborough?
I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask. Is it not possible to deal with this under condition by saying that no reductions more than 20% will, in any of the daylight measurements, would be, must come forward?
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Bajan?
Chair, I'd like a proper explanation of what the terms moderate and the other terms actually mean. It means nothing by just saying moderate. I think that we're employing an expert. The expert should be able to tell us what does that actually mean for the average person on the omnibus who's sitting in that room.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you want to turn your microphone off, please, Councillor? Councillor Bajan? Thank you very much. So that was minor, moderates and major. Councillor Howard.
Maybe the presenter was going to come around to it, but just that delineation between the case law in Islington versus the recent example in Station Road CB1, which I think would be very interesting for a local context. And maybe just on the, to help Councillor Agent's understanding.
Let the officers answer the questions. You just...
No, but I'm going to ask a question.
Okay,
yeah. It's irrelevant whether it helps him or not. But in terms of a numerical understanding of those two light parameters, I now have a very good understanding of space in the room, proportion of space in the room that is or isn't in effect of direct sunlight in the middle of the room. And I can see that numerically, how you would calculate that. I actually don't still have a good numerical understanding how you calculate VSC. Is it a total amount of light in lumens? Is it a total window area? That might help my understanding as well.
Thank you. Councillor Todd-Jones.
Yeah, just to mention in the amendment sheet, there's an implication that alternative target values for daylight and sunlight could have been considered. I mean, nothing was provided by the applicant, so I'm assuming there just simply isn't an issue here and the BRE guidance is accepted on all sides.
Okay, and I just want to say something related to what Councillor Bajan said about the terminology. Are those terms minor, moderate and major technical terms, or is that something that your office uses? Ian, I guess you're the one to go back to on that. And further to that, I'm concerned that any loss of light that's over 20% is a real concern. To call it minor, to me, doesn't sound right at all. And when we see things come to this committee with a loss of light, but it still meets the BRE guidance, then we have to, put up with it. But in this case, we've got a loss of over 20%, which is not what we normally see, and that's called minor in this context of having losses that are then 30 to 40%, which are moderate, and then 40% plus, which are major. And I feel that we seem to be losing the concern over small losses, supposedly small losses, because some losses are so much huger than that. So let's not lose sight of that, I think. So back to officers, and if you want to refer to Ian, you do that.
Yeah, I think I'll try and pick up on as many of the sort of really non-technical questions as I can, then probably have to refer to Ian. Just on some of the points raised is that firstly, the amendment sheet, I hope, picks up on some of the concerns raised, particularly around officers' position that we feel that we have followed the guidelines correctly. We do not feel that we have deviated from any precedents set out within court judgments or case law. The decisions in relation to Islington, for example, that isn't actually case law, that's an appeal decision, and it was put forward by the applicant to justify low retained values, even though that scheme would relate to a more urban context, presumably, given it's in Islington, than the suburban character of the site with Silwood Close and the two-storey properties that surround the site. The issue of there will be, as Ian's picked up on, there is an acceptance that there is a flexibility within the guidance, taking into account site constraints for some reductions to daylight and sunlight. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that where the BRE guidance has identified that harm will occur through reductions, that harm can be ignored because of the guidance is flexible. It would still be a noticeable reduction to those properties. In terms of the alternative target values, the the alternative target values are ordinarily my understanding, but again, Ian might be able to correct me if I am misinterpreting this, but the alternative target values are normally agreed between the applicant and the council, and my understanding would be that as BRE guidance is primarily a design aid, but not wholly, that those targets should be agreed at the outset and then inform the design rather than necessarily agreed at an advanced stage once the scheme's already been formulated, and then say this is a situation, what is acceptable. We'd almost be retrofitting that, but we do accept that there will be some reductions in daylight and sunlight to neighbouring properties that would inevitably recur due to the low-rise nature of this site and the opportunity presented to redevelop it in a meaningful way. It is just, as Ian has said, the extent, the range, the retained values, the rooms that would be affected, officers do not feel that the harm can be supported.
Right, officers, you going back to Ian as well, or what?
Oh, I think there was one more point around could a condition be used to secure the illustrative impacts. If we were, it would get really complicated and potentially very difficult to condition specific numerical values because they vary across properties, and to do that would mean, you know, carrying out a level of interrogation on those numbers that would be beyond, you know, reasonable to condition and potentially very difficult to enforce and conceptualise. There has been that suggestion, as we've already noted, of using a condition to secure the illustrative scheme, and no worse impacts than that. But again, we feel it's not a robust position to be conditioning an illustrative scheme that we have not seen. I think there were some questions around technical points on a more sort of in-depth understanding of what the minor, moderate and major impacts actually mean, and I didn't know if Ian, you just wanted to clarify those again.
Yeah, let's go back to Ian then, because we need to get on, finish this item. Carry on. Ian?
So minor, moderate, major is not within the BRE guide, but it is a fairly standard industry approach when dealing with EIA classification and the groupings, environmental impact assessment. So where we are stepping outside the BRE guides, we are trying to categorise. Not all reductions are equal, so we're just trying to categorise them. And the standard, industry standard that is often utilised is minor, moderate or major. And all of those reductions outside the BRE targets, and minor was beyond 20 up to 30, moderate was beyond 30 up to 40, and major was beyond 40. In terms of the effect, in theory, all those reductions would be noticeable, but they would be having a greater effect to a larger area or proportion of the room, etc., or loss in light as we go to moderate, and obviously worse towards major. I think there was one question about why certain living rooms weren't affected. I mean, in terms of Silverwood Close, that is sort of on a circular arrangement, so not all properties are directly facing the proposal. Some are more on a oblique angle, so you will get variances for the individual context of each property location and their particular room layouts and window positions. So each analysis is done according to its own particular exact localities and arrangements of these neighbouring properties.
Was there more questions, or has everybody had their question answered? Councillor Bajan.
So I'm clear. The BRE standard is the normally acceptable one, although it's not compulsory, you don't have to accept it. And so when it goes past that, it's either a minor or up to moderate or major fault, whichever way you might like to put it. But the BRE standard is the norm that we should accept. When we go past that, it can either be minor, moderate or major. Is that what you're saying?
Not quite. So the BRE just provides parameters for reductions that where we go beyond that, they become noticeable. The BRE does not then go into the realms of minor, moderate, or major. That is an industry addition to try to understand the reduction adversity. And I would say on major schemes, it's not unusual to step outside the BRE for certain reductions within certain parameters. And as also highlighted, this site does have, is partly a car parking site. So for meaningful development, it's not unexpected to see some reductions outside of the BRE target criteria. And really then we get into a realm of then considering, well, what reductions are acceptable and how much harm versus benefits and everything else. But just trying to provide a bit of background there.
Councillor, you still got your microphone on. Did you want to say any more, or are you done? Councillor Bagent. Thank you. So just on that, before I go to Councillor Power, I mean, the Building Research Establishment is a world-renowned organisation. This is a scientific test you're an expert in, so it's good we've got you here today as well. And we won't have Ian probably after lunch, so it's important that we ask Ian any questions we can now, and then we can go to our officers as well, who will also be able to help with any questions. I think if we can just finish up with this lighting question first before we stop for lunch, and then we'll do the rest of, and there is the rest of amenity after lunch. So, Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, the bottom line is these are not compliant, and I concur with officers that there's too many. There's 145 affected, 50 major, 45 moderate, and 15 minor, I think. But the bottom line is there are lots of people who live in those houses, so it's not even just one person affected, it could be a whole family. And I think what the applicants are asking is obviously for us to weigh that against other benefits, and there are huge benefits from this scheme. But I'm, like Councillor Thorpe, I'm just concerned it's got to this point. And I have to ask anyone, if you were living in one of those houses in front of particularly the multi-storey car park, would you want to look out on that? And I don't understand, this is, you know, it's so close. But for me, that this is, I concur with officers that this is a huge impact on a lot of people that is permanent. And I'm just upset it's come forward without some form of stepping back, which I know officers, I believe, have been pushing for. And the fact we haven't seen, I believe there's a 3D model which could have been used to get more calculations, maybe give me some reassurance, but we haven't had that. So for me, I concur with officers on this point, so that's all I've got to say, Chair.
Any more questions for Ian especially, but generally? Councillor Young.
If we were building a new development, how do the BRE guide, I mean, is there a guideline to say that there should be a minimum for a living room? And if so, how does that relate to the final values that we've got shown here, or the post-building values that we've got in the report?
Any more? No. Can I go straight to Ian on that then, perhaps, or do you want to answer? I don't mind, whichever one wants to. I'll go to officers first, and then you defer to Ian if you need to. Sorry?
Defer to Ian.
Yeah, Ian, do you want to answer that then, please?
Yes, so the way, if it was new build residential and we were trying to consider what daylight would be available in a new living room, the calculation is done in a complete different method. It's still in reference to the BRE guide, but it doesn't relate to VSC or daylight distribution. And the reason is that the calculation is a lot more detailed, but because it's a new build, all that information is available from the architect in terms of transmission of daylight through the glass, reflectivity in the room, etc., the exact window sizing, etc., etc. The VSC and daylight distribution are, shall we say, more crude tests, but equally of use and importance. But they don't rely on such detailed information as we would use in a new build review of a new living room, for example.
Right, thanks Ian, that's clear. Okay, so Councillor Thornborough?
So a slightly different question, similar though. So if the scheme was built, the Beehive scheme was built, and there was a change of occupancy of some of the dwellings where you've listed major reduction adversity. So somebody might be coming in where the reduction was 49%, but it's a new person coming in, so they don't experience the reduction. Is that acceptable, that they're in a place which has with as much lower light levels? They don't experience the reduction, but is the lower level acceptable?
Right, I'll go to you straight away then, Ian, if I can, please, officers.
Yeah, so these are neighbouring test reviews, and they don't measure the, if I give the example of the new build scenario, that expressly states certain levels, certain lux levels to be achieved. These tests don't give you that, but they do give you the whether the occupant would notice these changes. As to how much of these changes would occur and then leave a property with low lighting levels, and in your example, so a new person comes in, the building is already built, they won't obviously see that transgression from a better daylighting to a lesser daylighting. And I couldn't actually give you the answer as to whether that lighting would then be sufficient for their purpose, but they would not be in the position to actually notice that change.
Right, I think we've had an answer to that. Any more questions for Ian? No? Okay, so thank you very much, councillors and everyone else, for bearing with to get that bit of that item done. We'll come back to residential amenity after lunch. So we'll start again at 2:30, 45 minutes break. Please have a nice break, come back refreshed. We've got a lot more to debate. And don't discuss the item, please, whilst you have lunch. We are still in the middle of the item. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back, everybody. After lunch, we're still on item 6, I believe it is, Beehive Centre. No, item 5, Beehive Centre. And we're going through the key issues in debate with decision makers. That's on page 1 of the officer report. And we started with the 4th one of those, residential amenity. And we've probably pretty much finished off on the light issues, although there may be still some more to do on that. Then we'll go on to other residential amenity issues before we then start on the list at the top, going down from heritage impacts onwards. So residential amenity members, do you have any more debate on that? So that's things like scale and massing, overlooking, things like that. Councillor Young.
Yeah, I just comment that I think the loss of light and scale and massing effects will be very severe on the residents nearby. I have to agree with officers that's a major problem for this development. I look forward to hearing about the good sides of it in the later debate, but taking that bit on its own, I do think it's a problem.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gurida.
The only thing I wanted to add, which struck me, was that obviously we looked at everything line by line and obviously individual room by room. The comment that was made that actually there is a cumulative impact on certain houses because, you know, some house, the living room might just be affected, but in other homes it could be the living room, the kitchen and the bedroom. And actually, while we can see it individually, we need to it's helpful for us to also note that there will be cumulative impacts where all the livable rooms might be impacted by in some areas. So I think that for me was helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Any more? Yeah, so residential amenity officers, I am concerned that the overlooking and the scale and mass of the buildings so close to the existing houses. Your recommendation is one of refusal based on residential amenity impact. So did you want to respond to especially Councillor Young's points and maybe mine as well on that, please?
So if I'm correct, is that in relation to the other issues beyond daylight and sunlight, say overlooking and visual enclosure? So on visual enclosure, as we went through the presentation earlier, the principal concern relates to the relationship between plot 10 and the properties within Silverwood Close, particularly numbers 34 through to 40 within that run of properties, but then also directly to the south of that southern elevation of St Matthew's Gardens, where there would be building 8 in proximity to those properties which have shallow separation distances between themselves and the application site. So the combination of positioning, massing and proximity is why we've identified visual enclosure oppressive outlook effects on those properties. In terms of privacy and overlooking, it's slightly different for us because there are measures within the design code that the applicant has instilled within the scheme that, you know, set out measures like must address the privacy of neighbouring properties, and there are ways of treating elevations so as to prevent direct views into properties. You can articulate elevations, you can use privacy glazing, likewise with terraces. So we feel that there would be sufficient certainty and comfort that issues of overlooking and privacy could be addressed through the reserved matters and the design code, should members take the view that they weren't minded to, you know, support officer's recommendation. We wouldn't necessarily feel it's needed to cite privacy or overlooking as an issue.
Yep, Councillor Young.
Sorry, I didn't quite understand that. So you're saying because it's a car park, we can address these issues, or normally if it's not a car park, we can address the issues? I didn't quite understand. Sorry.
No, so hang on, it's a bit more than that. But let's Councillor Jones' questions as well, and we'll go back to you after that.
Yes, I imagine, I mean, I was obviously concerned about plot 10, which is the car park, which I think is just totally dominates Silverwood Close and the residences there. But I guess what you're saying is that the overlooking could be mitigated by kind of visibility displays and that kind of mitigation. But nevertheless, I don't think you can take away from the fact that, particularly around the boundaries of the site, those what are basically for me monolithic blocks are just dominating all the residential properties where they are affected. And it's just the whole context in terms of the suburban site that I think is this development is just not appropriate to. But on the overlooking point, are there other mitigation matters that could be taken into account? But I don't think it will make any difference, I think, to the overall scale and mass of development and its impact.
Any more? No, okay, back to you then, Andrew.
Yeah, so I'll try and be clear on that. We're saying there's visual enclosure effects on those properties, but in terms of overlooking and privacy impacts, we are confident that the design code, which would be an approved document that would need to be complied with as part of reserved matters, that we would be able to ensure that there would not be harmful overlooking or loss of privacy to neighbouring properties through design measures. But the car park is obviously separate. The car park, the elevational design of that could be such that there wouldn't necessarily be direct views into neighbouring properties, but offices could be treated differently as well.
Okay, I mean, we can cover off the blockiness and other factors to do with the buildings themselves under landscape and visual impacts on our list. So if we're done on visual amenity, what do they call it? Residential amenity, sorry. We'll move on then, shall we? So next one on the list is heritage impacts. And remember, councillors and officers, we do have other specialist officers here today and online that we can refer to. So heritage impacts, members, who wants to start on that? Councillor Young.
So we got shown various pictures, and I think I've said what do you call it? The actual basis of the application, the main thing on which we are making our decision. They seem to be huge effects in terms of the views, and so I kind of like a view on this is quite damaging to the skyline. So it's going to change the bar for future applications as well. To me, it's quite substantial, and I'd like to understand the term that you've used, moderately harmful, I think is the phrase. Is that it? Yes.
Okay.
Less than substantial. Yeah, that's. Beg your pardon. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. No one understands it. Less than substantial harm sounds like nothing, but it's actually quite a lot. Any more for any more? Okay, well, let's go back to officers who may want to also ask the conservation officer as well, but we can always ask some more questions. So, Andrew.
I think that officers have recognised that the proposed development would introduce a cluster of tall buildings to the Cambridge skyline. The buildings and the tall elements would be offset slightly from the historic core when viewed from those centres, so it wouldn't necessarily directly clash with some of the key views from the historic centre. It is off-centre, so it's still visible within their setting, but it's not directly obstructing necessarily in that real historic core. But it kind of intertwines with the townscape and visual effects, which we'll come on to. But this site is in an area where there is an opportunity to increase densification and meaningfully develop the site, and the position of the landscape and townscape, which again we'll come on to, but it's relevant heritage, is that it is within which the site can accommodate in terms of the massing, given the reductions. It does breach the skyline in an isolated sort of area in comparison to the original scheme, but the extent to which it breached the skyline and the way that that's been consolidated in certain areas and some of the other measures in terms of reduction in height, officers do not feel that it is harmful to the point that it cannot be supported in that respect. But there would be harm to the setting of heritage assets and therefore their significance within the centre of the historic core, but as well as surrounding conservation areas. And this might be something that Paul will be able to elaborate on further in terms of where we've reached the position of less than substantial to a moderate level of harm, but the general feeling is that there would be harm to the setting of a number of heritage assets. They're listed in the report, and if it's helpful, I could come back to those in a minute and just, but Paul may equally be able to do that. But that this harm is due to the introduction of taller buildings which compete with some of the taller landmark buildings, but also take the focus away from some of the other low-lying conservation areas and the registered park and garden. So some of the heritage assets it's almost the scale of the buildings which competes with spires and tall trees, and others it's because they lose their setting is partly due to their low-lying context and surroundings. But maybe Paul could help with some of those points.
Okay, Paul, you're the Principal Conservation Officer, so if you can give us some guidance, please.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I could just help with the wording a little bit, maybe, just to start. So, using NPPF language, National Planning Policy Framework language, we look at harm to heritage assets in two broad categories. So there would be substantial harm at the higher end. The less level of harm is less than substantial harm. Ignore the words, really, just think of it as the lower level of harm, very much harm. Substantial harm is a very high bar, it's an exceptional, it will be exceptional circumstances. For example, it might be the demolition of a listed building, for example. Thinking about setting issues, which is what we're doing here, because there's no heritage actually within the site. The development impacts all arise from setting impacts. That's been found to be a lesser than substantial harm level. Hopefully this is making sense. And just to actually follow up for that, you might have substantial harm, less than substantial harm, no harm, or perhaps benefits, enhancements. So you've got a sliding scale, a spectrum, and within that, I have identified, which broadly aligns with the application submission, that there is less than substantial harm to a range of conservation areas and listed buildings. And as Andrew's explaining, in terms of the conservation areas, the harm is broadly because they are predominantly low-rise, domestic, suburban areas, effectively, with houses, perhaps churches, and sort of historic landmark buildings. So that's the kind of context for the conservation areas which surround or are within the setting of the development. In terms of the Mill Road Conservation Area, that's the one that's closest and effectively wraps around it. Again, it's significant because it's a consistent low-rise Victorian suburb, and there are 2 or 3 key views that we look for in that area, one of which is the Mill Road Bridge over the railway, views from the cemetery, and then we've also identified sort of views from York Street. So these are the 3 of the main considerations in terms of what the impact is there. So obviously the scale of development means that it's visible, more visible than existing. The existing buildings are quite self-contained. They don't particularly impact on anything. They're neutral in terms of the conservation area. So the judgment is that because of the increase in height, the kind of the clashing contrast and scale, there is a harmful impact there. So that's the conservation area line of thought. In terms of some of the listed building impacts, so for example, I've identified King's College Chapel, St Mary the Great, All Saints Church. These are historic landmarks that gain part of their importance and their significance from their their skyline presence, and they tend to be elegant, refined pieces of architecture that breach the skyline, and they also indicate it makes the centre of Cambridge legible, so you can appreciate where the centre of Cambridge is based on where these skyline features are. And my judgment is that some aspects of the proposals, taking note that there have been amendments and reductions in height and efforts to address this. I think that is noted. The scale of the proposals, the cumulative impact of the different buildings set alongside the approved Grafton Centre means that I believe there would be an element of competing with those historic landmarks and drawing the eye to a degree. The impact was greater with the initial scheme. The buildings breached the skyline more noticeably. So taking account of those improvements and the fact that buildings now sit close to the skyline, slightly above it, the flues would breach the skyline in some views. That's why this harm level is less than substantial, so very much harm, but at a sort of medium, sort of moderate level. Hopefully that helps.
Thanks for that. That's useful. So I think Councillor Thornborough was first, or yeah.
Sometimes when we have SPDs, they state maximum heights for development, and what we find is that sometimes these maximum heights seem to be used as an average height, and schemes come in above the maximum height. With the parameter plan, is there a chance that might happen again, or will maximum be actually the absolute maximum and no further? That's one question. The other question is, I think the form of the roofs are very important, and in traditional buildings, you get the interest in them, which is the slopes and the chimneys and all the different articulations. So it's not necessarily, for me, one of the things, it's not necessarily the height, but it's actually what we see happening at height. And I think the worst case is big blocks with no interest at all, big flat blocks coming up. And one thing that we have been getting is some quite interesting elevations where they've got asymmetrical roofs. But what we're finding on sites is that these asymmetrical is only in the elevation, and that they're actually flat roofs behind. So as you walk around the building, you can see this interesting elevation, but it's only like a big parapet, if you like. And can that be avoided? Can we be ensured that would be avoided in the future? Thank you.
So we're slipping into townscape and visual impacts, I think, there, but never mind. So, Councillor Pora, you got your hand up as well?
Yeah, I have to say, some of the illustrative things you put up did give me some comfort in that it looked less blocky. So I suppose my question to the conservation officers, through the officers, are how confident are you that with the conditions that would be attached as and when this goes through, that could be mitigated? I think taking into account some of Councillor Thornborough's points about there is a huge difference between a massive grey square and, because I noticed the flues are being grouped together, I think, and they're being moved to the buildings at the back. Because I have to say, some of the images, it didn't look as, well, offensive is the wrong word, but as prominent as I thought it might. So how confident would you be that, were this to be approved now or in the future, that could be, we could get some improvements on that, I suppose, when it comes to either at reserve matters or through development?
Thanks, Councillor. Right, that's it. I'll just say, I think I heard earlier that one of the speakers reckoned that the flues could be up to 9 metres tall. So perhaps that might be pertinent to put that into the mix as well in this debate. So back to officers on those questions then, please.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, just to pick up on a few of those points, might take a moment just to go back through and clarify the point on heights. But in terms of some of the questions that have already come up in response to your question, Councillor Thornborough, the maximum parameters, if the application were to be approved or amended to recommendation of approval or no refusal reason on heritage, that we would be confident that the maximum parameters is what would be secured. You couldn't then exceed the maximum parameters under the reserve matters for an application which secures a maximum parameter. That is the case here. In terms of the roofscape and visual interest, there is on the parameter plans, built into the parameters and design code, visual breaks within buildings. So step forms to the buildings are secured under the parameters, but as to our visual breaks within certain plots, just to reduce the overall conglomeration of massing, as it were, so that that wouldn't be so harmful and create more visual interest. In terms of the illustrative scheme, I would just say again that it isn't what's for approval, it's just one way in which it could come forward, but there are measures in the design code, you recognise, Councillor Porra, that secure consideration regarding flues, so that where there might be one or more flues on a building, that they would be grouped together to prevent their visual dominance within the scheme, but that they should be kept to a minimum where possible. And also just note that the 25%, and this may be where colleagues design may be able to pick up on this as well, that the 25% for maximum parameters for flues, that is just based on an industry standard, and again, similar to some of the other maximum parameters, there is potential for the flues to come in under those maximum parameter heights, but that isn't guaranteed, it is just possible, so we have to still obviously be comfortable with the maximum parameters and what they are.
Can I just reinforce also this point on the design code, because I think I'll draw your attention to the specific control document, which is equally important as the parameter plans. I mean, in the design code itself, it has a site-wide building principles to establish, so which will focus on aspects such as your ground floor, your middle facades, and your rooftops, your plant detail. And there are, in the language in which these design codes are written, the musts, the shoulds, they're very, very tightly prescribed within the document that will hopefully, at a detailed design stage, try and achieve some of those, or if not all, those minimum parameters or principles that are being expressed in there. That's a site-wide base, but then even for these individual buildings that you see there, these individual plots, there are separate codes for those which drill down further into the detail on how those individual buildings and the language of those buildings should come forward in a detailed design session, future session should have been approved.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Yep. Members, so I'll tell you something. So, officers, you've suggested along the way that this site could be developed in the way that's put forward. Obviously, at the moment, the recommendation is refused on the basis of the reasons given, but that you haven't chosen to use the reason of less than substantial harm that the Principal Conservation Officer has put forward. Obviously, the case officer here is the boss. They're the one that does the recommendation. So is there anything you want to say on that, the reason why you've chosen not to include that?
So, as members will be aware, there are tests under the National Plan Policy Framework where less than substantial harm has been identified. That harm has to be weighed against the public benefits of the scheme. And I think as set out in the public benefits within the planning balance section of the report, as also picked up by parties speaking in favour of the scheme, there are commendable and notable impact benefits arising from this scheme that have to be weighed against any harms identified, and it is felt that in this instance the benefits would outweigh that less than substantial harm to a moderate level. There is a point around which picked up in the report that there are separate tests for legislative duties in relation to listed buildings, conservation areas and registered parks and gardens. So in reaching your decision, you have to understand that there will be impacts on 3 different designated heritage asset classifications, as it were, and to weigh the benefits against the harms identified. And officers' recommendation is that the benefits outweigh that harm.
Right, that's clear, that's useful, thank you very much. Okay, if it's okay, the members will move on to landscape and visual impacts, which we did already touch on in that debate, I think. So this is all about the architecture, the beauty of the buildings or not, that kind of thing, blockiness or not, those sorts of debates. So any debate from you members on that? I mean, it's a tricky one, I know, because it's an outline of application, so there's not a lot of detail, if anything, in these illustrative schemes. Councillor Porra.
Okay, so I'm guessing this might not fit exactly there, but the issue of the trees, I mean, obviously there are going to be 2 TPO trees lost, but there would be a lot of planting. But I noticed that the tree officer, Joanna, has noted that it may not be realistic to plant the number and the size proposed. So in terms of the visual impacts, when are the trees coming forward? Because I think one of the things I would be very keen to see is that the planting goes in very early, because so that it can mature, so that it can start, you know, covering up some of the inevitable blockiness you're going to get if you've got labs. So I suppose, for me, I think I agree with the officer's conclusions on the trees and things, in that there is a loss, but there's another gain, and, you know, sometimes things do have to be lost to build. But yes, I suppose I'm asking, how can we ensure that either at outline or certainly at reserve matters, the sort of tree planting is realistic and comes in early, so that the site is greened from the start and these aren't afterthoughts stuck in later that will struggle to thrive?
Yeah, Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, so there's an indicative plan about the amount of green landscaping to hard landscaping, and we also had some questions raised about the urban heat effect, and I've seen a plan of this part of North Petersfield where to the west and east there's much more heat existing because of the designs, the hard elements around the Grafton Centre, and then also this side in the Beehive Centre. And the urban heat effect is very much moderated by soft landscaping. So if you walk down the residential streets, it's in the hot summers, and then you walk into St Matthew's Piece, it's like walking into air conditioning. And I don't think that the urban heat effect has it been fully resolved, that we can be reliant that it's not going to get worse and that it's really going to get better, because a lot of that will be done through the landscaping, I think, so, and mainly the green landscaping. So is the balance in the hard landscaping and the green landscaping satisfactory to ensure that we can mitigate the urban heat effect?
Any more questions, councillors? Okay, so officers, do you feel that the strategic master plan of the site here can give us confidence that the application coming forward, the full application coming forward after this outline, would give us an architecturally beautiful, well-designed scheme, or have we actually got a load of blocks on the table that don't give us any confidence at all? Because all I can see, after a scheme that's been in the planning for years, literally, from a developer that's got lots of cash to be able to get consultants in, plan the site so it works really well, looks good, etc., to win us over, really. They don't seem to have done that. So I'm at a loss.
So if I work down through those questions, so tree planting and whether that's going to be achieved. So obviously the applicant has put forward a planting strategy which is, you know, to contribute towards urban greening, but also to mitigate and compensate for the loss of trees to be removed. In terms of whether they could be achieved, it's noted that the council's tree officer has identified some concern in that area, but really the applicant has proposed a scheme, and they've suggested that it would be possible to do that. And so if officers have taken the view that the landscaping's reserve matter, there is potential for them to demonstrate that at the reserve matters, and there would be an expectation around that. So officers would seek to hold the applicant to their commitment on that as part of a robust landscaping scheme. Whether or not the point was made about trees and the skyline and maturing, given the scale of the development and also the views, I'm not necessarily sure whether, and perhaps my colleague and landscape officer will be able to help me with this, but I don't think necessarily the trees are necessarily mitigating against the visual effects, because they wouldn't necessarily sort of breach that, you know, screen the development, as it were. They're just part of the overall landscape strategy and contributing towards the positive townscape effects of turning what is currently a negative townscape site into a positive. In terms of the urban heat effect, take the point again that trees are an important part of that. There is always inevitably a period of time where trees are establishing and may not be able to offer their full extent of benefits, but in the fullness of time, there is potential for those trees to contribute towards mitigating against urban heat. But there are other measures built into the application and the design code on urban heat that would, in tandem with that, seek to tackle the effects. So there would be, and in terms of the balance between hard and soft landscaping, we feel that that is there. Even the hard landscaping areas would be supplemented with planting. You do have a significant area of open space in the proposed Hyde Park. There is climbing, not green walls, but vertical climbing plants, things of that nature that are all, there's lots of good intent within this scheme in terms of urban heat, even to, whilst it's not local policy, they've referred to the urban urban greening factor, which is more of a policy that's been used in London and elsewhere. But even though it's not a policy here, it is an indication of industry expectation and standards, and they would exceed the urban green factor requirement for, say, a scheme in London. So it's just an indicator to us that it is seeking to address urban heat effects. In terms of strategic framework and whether or not they're demonstrating a suitably high standard of design, it is perhaps challenging sometimes at outline stage, given the matters of appearance and landscaping and layout are reserved. But what we have here is a robust framework for how buildings could come forward in an acceptable manner. And there is plenty of good stuff within the design code around achieving architectural interest, visual breaks. Not just that, there's the whole ground floor offering of the local community centre to create a vibrant place. So we do feel that there is a lot of merit that could come forward at the reserved matter stage, and that at this stage, officers are confident that a suitably high standard of design can be achieved at that point.
Yeah, thanks for that, Andrew. I don't know if you want to also refer to your officers you've got behind you, maybe in terms of response to that discussion so far, landscape and visual impacts.
I'm quite happy to add to that, just to follow on what Andrew's saying.
Just say who you are and what your job title is, thanks.
Apologies, everybody. Sarah Chubb, I'm a Principal Urban Design Officer here as part of the Shared Planning Service. In terms of how confident are we in it to be able to deliver a high quality place, absolutely we are confident. It's got many ingredients that meet the 10 characteristics of a well-designed place that the government sets out. As Andrew mentioned, the parameter plans, it is difficult to get our heads around the envelopes, but they are not the final fixed architectural outcomes, they are just maximum parameters. And we've got a very tightly set of strict rules and requirements that are set out in the design code that sets the benchmark really high for high quality here. We've got words in there which is about exemplary, we've got design excellence, we've got strict rules to control massing and modulation, as you mentioned, Katie. We've got strict rules to govern variation of roofscapes, to pick up on your point, and we've got strict rules to activate the ground floor plane to ensure that as we deal with those detailed reserve matters, excuse me, that we are working towards and achieving a vibrant and active public realm. Architecturally, we've got lots of rules and requirements about hierarchy of facades, base, middle and top, all coming together to, like I said, set a really high quality benchmark. So we're confident that we've got lots of rules and requirements in place in which we can achieve that high quality design. And just to finally sort of finish, of course, when we're looking at each reserve matters application, we will be judging them from those key views again and using those key views to further refine and shape each building.
Okay, thanks, Sarah and Andrew. That's very useful. Thank you. Back to councillors. Councillor Todd Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I did want to refer back to the point about the trees proposed. And obviously the tree officer is objecting and references that 212 trees would be unrealistic. I appreciate it's outline application, so we don't know the detail, that'll be under the reserved matters. But 3.6 of the report references 290 trees being planted, and I'm kind of assuming this must be a lot of small shrubs.
Any more shrubs, trees? Yes, Councillor Young.
I understand from our tree officer that are really very important for tree cover and health, cooling effects and tree cover, that it's important to have the really big trees, so like an oak or something like that. So in other words, quality is more important than quantity. So I was just wondering if there's space for a tree like that anywhere.
Yeah, thank you. And Joe, the tree officer, by the way, is one of the consultees who has objected to this scheme, together with the Arts Development and Conservation. And our tree officer, Joanna Davis, is online, so we can refer to her if we need to. So back to you, officers.
So yeah, just to pick up on the point around 212 trees, obviously since that time, the spatial configuration and arrangement of the scheme has been amended and some of the open space has been enhanced, so that there may be reasons why, due to the overall change in the landscape framework that has facilitated that additional tree planting, there are intentions within the submission to strengthen boundary planting and deliver trees, as many trees as possible, wherever possible. And there are measures in the design code to seek to ensure that opportunities are taken to incorporate larger species of trees, as well as, native trees and the like within the application. I didn't know whether either my tree officer colleague or landscape colleagues wanted to add anything further to that, but it may be helpful.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. You were saying that Joanna could contribute? Yeah, Joanna, hello. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello. Hello, yes, thank you. Just briefly, just an overview, I think, of my comments. So as it has been said before, I agree completely. The large canopy trees provide wider benefits rather than, you need to concentrate on canopy rather than tree numbers. The constraints imposed by buildings and use of the site will necessarily result in a need for management. So if you do have larger trees, the canopies are likely to be managed because of proximity to buses or buildings or other uses. Or the layout will necessitate the use of very small trees, which provide a limited range of benefits. But notwithstanding that, the development has changed significantly in terms of the space available to provide large trees. And the main park on site has been altered in order to accommodate large-scale trees, and it has been placed into a situation that can be sustainable, because one of the problems with large-scale trees is that they take a long time to reach their benefits. So it's very important for any development to ensure that the space that is provided for large-scale trees is sustainable throughout any new development, because we could be looking at trees that could potentially last for 200, 300 years, and that's unlikely to be the lifespan of any new development. But we are satisfied that there is sufficient space on the access road near Coldham's Lane and within the park to provide large canopy trees that will have significant benefits in the future. The objection specifically relates to plot 1 at the entrance to the site. Coldham's Lane is currently characterised really by buildings located behind large trees. The removal of 2 TPO trees close to the entrance of the site is a significant loss of amenity that cannot be replaced in situ because of the scale of the replacement building at plot 1, and there's no space to recreate that character of having trees in front of buildings along Coldham's Lane because of the scale of the building and the fact that it's been pulled forward towards the road. So that is the specific objection to the site, is plot 1 and not the rest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Any councillors want to come back? Okay, I just want to mention what I've already mentioned, the Arts Development Officer. I don't know if that person is available to speak, or you won't just refer to her report, which is in 811, 812 and 813, and it refers to there being an insufficient budget to deliver on site. So that's about public art. Is that anything that the officers want to comment on? Or leave that to sit as it is?
Sorry, Chair, are you referring to the public art officer's comments?
Arts Development Officer, 8.11, objection.
Okay. Yeah. This relates to comments raised in relation to the public art strategy that was submitted, and the arts officer said there is a lot more potential ultimately to achieve a more, should we say, vigorous, enhanced kind of projects that involve beyond just physical furniture. There should be opportunities explored around, you know, how you can incorporate public art within building design, etc. Also, making a stronger commitment towards involving community in that as well. In terms of things like the planting stuff, and that ultimately what she's kind of concluding on is that what she liked to see is a strategy that is far more comprehensive than it's currently submitted. We've sought to kind of deal with that at this stage through, you know, if this were to be approved, we'd be able to secure that through an appropriately worded planning obligation to secure a proper strategy that covers some of these points to ensure that, you know, a improved public strategy can be delivered ultimately. And I don't think from last conversations with the applicants, they weren't necessarily resistant to that idea.
Okay, thank you. No more on that. Okay, let's move on then. So water resources, water hot topic. Councillor Howard.
Mine was actually on the last one, although it doesn't directly relate to trees. It's just been brought into my awareness by Joanne about talking about lifetime of the project. Several mentions of lifetime of the project, but have we defined anywhere the design life of this development?
I couldn't quite hear properly, but I think design line, did you say? Was it life, design life?
Yeah,
okay,
correct.
Yep, right. Okay, that's on the last one, and we're still on to officers. How long is it going to last?
Apologies, I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Do the buildings proposed have a designed lifetime? So they were intended to last for 30 years, 100 years, 200 years? Just because it came up in the discussion of trees. Yeah.
Did you want to pick that up?
I'm quite happy to chip in. That's absolutely something we would be considering during the reserve matters application stages.
Okay, thanks for that. Thank you very much. Important. So water. We've only got so much of it. What do you want to say in a sentence? Yes, Councillor Porter.
Thank you. I mean, water's just a huge issue in Cambridge. I'm sure the developers are perfectly aware of that. So it's good to see some attempts for grey water and rainwater reuse and things like that. As ever, I suppose I'd reiterate my concerns around lab use having higher water use. I'd like to point the developers in the direction of places like Vitrium, I think, which was came through the Joint Development Committee, where they'd managed to quadruple the size of the building but keep water usage roughly the same. Or looking at Toby, he's nodding, that's about right. And certainly I would hope that as and when this were approved and came to reserve matters, we would be looking at incredibly high standards. And I think that's what tenants want now. You can see from the way that ware's getting rented out, the high quality stuff is important to people. Can officers reassure me that as and when, if this were to be approved now or later, and when it comes to reserve matters, that it would be compliant with whatever's in the new local plan or new water regulations, because obviously I'm mindful that this could play out over years, if not decades, and we don't want a situation where we're coming in at 110, the equivalent of 110 for residential for lab use, for example. So I'd like some confidence that if we were to agree this, that would not restrict us in future for ensuring that it meets the highest water credits. Everything should really be outstanding or above. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, I note that the Environment Agency withdrew their objections, and also Anglian Water haven't objected to do with wastewater, even though they've said that there isn't capacity. But anyway, they have not objected. I think that the sustainability criteria that the designers have used, the clients used for the design, is exceptionally high across many different forms of measurement. So I think that these will be very water efficient buildings, but there is certain demand because of the wet labs. So I hope that they would innovate as they go along, but not just for so many buildings now are very, very efficient in use, and I hope that if this does go ahead, that they would innovate in construction as well, because construction can be very high in water usage, and new forms of construction can use a lot more prefabrication off-site and use a lot less water. So I hope that water can be used can reduce it in construction as well. So basically, think about the whole life cycle with reference to water. That's just really comments, not questions. Thanks.
Yeah, no, good point, especially the second one. But on the first one, I suppose the thing is labs use a lot of water, don't they? That's the bottom line, really, even if they're efficient. Any more? No? Back to officers then. Any comments on that?
So in response to where we are with our understanding, of course, of the targets being aimed for in terms of water conservation in this development, the applicant has committed to achieving the 5 BREEAM WATO 1 credits, including the innovation credit. It also is seeking, and it's looking at the feasibility of this at the present time, is trying to target the REBA Climate Change 2030 target for 10 litres per person per day of potable water as well. In terms of the actual measures there, that's as far as it's going. It's looking at a raft of, reusing, recycling grey water within development itself to, provide for, things like laboratories, et cetera, and, wastewater generally speaking. So that's as far as, the commitment in itself would go, and that would be secured in eventually. If it were to have been approved or recommended for an approval, it would have been secured via conditions, et cetera, to ensure that those standards are adhered to. I have my colleague, Sustainable Design Officer, online as well this afternoon. I don't know if she would like to add to anything I've said, but that's where we are with water conservation. I can pass to my colleague Emma, if need be.
Yeah, hi there, thanks, Tuma. Yeah, I can certainly come in just to clarify, as Tuma's already said, they are targeting the 5 WATO 1 credits, which is a 55% reduction in water use. They are also targeting the 6th innovation credit, which if they are able to achieve that, and that would be exemplary, that represents a 65% reduction in water use. In terms of Councillor Porra's question, in terms of how that reflects kind of future standards, it is very much in line with what's coming through in the emerging Greater Cambridge local plan. And in terms of national standards, these are the highest possible water efficiency standards that are available at the moment. So they are absolutely at the forefront of the highest possible standards. With regards to that process water loads, we had suggested a condition requiring all the future reserve matters applications to give us more detailed water consumption figures as well. And I would have very much seen the issue of process water loads being one of those things that we would examine in a lot more detail when we get to reserve matters and pre-application discussions, making sure that we are getting that innovation in driving down those processed water demands.
Okay, thanks, Emma. More questions? You might need to hang around, Emma. So my question is, you said 65% reduction they're targeting. So there's going to be another question besides this, so not yet. How reliable how much can we rely on that target? I mean, we're getting a lot of indications, but is it an actual thing? Can we be sure it's going to happen, or is it might happen, or we're not quite sure, or is it in the design code? So Councillor Pora, you're next.
Yeah, I think my question is, when this comes through as reserve matters, for example, in 10 years, can we condition that it has to comply with whatever legislation is in place if it's over and above what we've already got in the things Emma's listed?
Thank you. Any more? Okay, back to officers, or possibly Emma, up to you, Kima.
It's unfortunate that I can't, commit a developer to a standard that we're not sure of what it will be in future. The difficulty here will be, Emma can probably add to this. We've sought to do this on another development, and it was argued down with us. And it's, we do try, we do push, and we'd expect them to try and achieve, what we can make them achieve. But again, sorry, Emma, I'll pass over to you because you probably have had further discussions on this with the developer.
Yeah, not a problem. In terms of the 65% and how reliable that is, it is subject to independent verification through the Building Research Establishment. So if they do target that 6th innovation credit, that will be assessed. There's a detailed audit trail that is required. There's water efficiency calculators, that sort of thing, that would all need to be submitted, evidenced and verified independently. It is a big ask getting the 65% reduction. 55%, the 5 credits is a hard enough ask. It is achievable. We're getting it across sites in Cambridge. But yeah, that 65%, it is a big ask, and it is actually fantastic to see a developer willing to try and push to that level of water efficiency. I think, as Tuma says, it's difficult to be able to kind of see what standards will be in the future. But if I'm honest with you, I can't see those levels changing all that much in the future. They're already, those BREEAM requirements, they are already very, very stringent for water efficiency. The only thing that I could possibly see changing could be in relation to process water loads, because at the moment, all of the kind of the targets that we work to in relation to water efficiency, like the WAT01 credits, they are to do with domestic type water use, and there are no targets out there for process water loads. So that, I think, would be the only possible area where you might see targets in the future. But again, it's quite difficult to do because there is so much variation in process water loads depending on the type of labs and the type of building that you're dealing with. So I am as confident as I can be at the moment that they are achieving those highest possible standards, and I think those standards will remain as they are for quite a while.
All right, thanks. Can't see any hands up. Can I just come back to Emma directly on that then? So my question was a slightly different one, but it may be my question is inappropriate. But I was thinking in terms of so the applicant is saying something, 65% reduction. Okay, so how sure can we be that the applicant will come forward with a scheme with that reduction, or maybe they might change their minds a bit later on when the scheme comes forward? You answered the question about what they'll deliver when the scheme is actually built out, and that's another question. And I think that question is more difficult because there aren't really any testing regimes in terms of what happens going forward, I believe. So my question was more of the former. Where do we stand with that?
Yeah, so their target is the 5 WAT01 credits, and which is in line with adopted policy, and then they have an aspiration to achieve the 6th, the innovation credit, and it was, I believe, identified in the kind of, they had like a kind of example pre-assessment. So I'm confident that they're going to strive to achieve that aspiration, But as I said earlier, it is quite a difficult ask to get that level of water reduction. So I think we are conditioning as a minimum those 5 Watto 1 credits. We have got other conditions as well that relate to delivery of the kind of targets and aspirations set out in the overarching sustainability strategy. So there are kind of ways in which we can encourage them to work towards that aspiration through those planning conditions. Does that help?
It does help, Emma. Thank you very much. I think maybe I'm partly asking the question rhetorically for other members of the committee. It seems to me that we've got the 5 water credits on the table. That's conditioned. In this committee, if it's not conditioned, it's not happening. And that's the way I look at it. So it's nice to have an aspiration, but we don't know. Councillor Thornborough.
But this is so I think the conditions that have been proposed are very good regarding water. But we were told right at the beginning of this committee that it's been called into the Secretary of State if this is refused. If it goes to the Secretary of State, will they be able to set any conditions that they want and disregard the conditions that might come through a planning committee?
Right, there's a question.
So just to clarify the first part, it's definitely been called in already irrespective of the recommendation. But in terms of the Secretary of State through their inspector would be entitled to come to their own decision. We would put forward our position and they would take that into consideration, but they wouldn't be bound to apply the conditions that we recommend. They will have to carry out their own assessment as to whether the conditions meet in their view, the tests and whether they feel that they're justified. So they could change conditions from what we suggest. They might suggest some more, they might take some out. It's difficult. They're not bound to use our conditions that we recommend.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Toby?
I think the intention going forward is that we would look to agree a set of conditions with the applicants. We've already begun that process. That will now need to be kind of completed fairly rapidly, and I think we would hope that they would agree to the water efficiency conditions that we've set out in the draft already.
Right, okay, let's move on then. Well done, everyone. It's a long day, I know. We're nearly there. And we've had patiently waiting John Finney and Tam Parry online, transport chaps. So next on the list is transport and highway safety. So, Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, I have a question. So we've been told that the move to the retail park will happen first. And I think that would be very, very good. But so at the moment, there's a certain amount of transport which comes to the Beehive and some which goes to the retail park. If at the retail park, it is the same retail floor area of both combined sites. So the traffic which comes to both sites might now just go to the retail park. Plus, we're going to have traffic coming to this new development. Has the transport officers considered the added extra traffic? So we're not losing the retail traffic, is what we've been told, because it's moving. So we've got all the existing retail traffic, plus we've got the additional traffic. Has that been assessed? Thank you.
Any more transport questions? Yes, Councillor Gilderdale.
I can't remember which speaker raised it, but there was a question about the width of the cycleway, I believe, and that it didn't meet regulation. I don't know, some width that was necessary.
3. It should be 4.
That was it. Sorry. And I had another question about, obviously, there's not much detail, and we're not expecting detail yet, I guess, about the skating and stuff. But obviously, we see issues. So, for example, by the Grafton Centre, where people walk, cycle, and skateboard, it causes clashes with people moving through the space. And obviously, if we're creating, I'm thinking about like the plaza area, for example, and if there's blocks and areas for people to skate around, how do we make sure that they're not coming into conflict with people moving through the space? How do we, I don't know, is this something that we can consider, or is it just something that will happen later on? Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bora?
Thank you. I mean, in terms of the transport, this is very good in my opinion. This is one of the things that weighs very strongly in favour. I mean, I walk through that beehive at the moment as a pedestrian. It's absolutely terrible if you try, because you're mown down by cars. Zebra crossings aren't clear and not in the right places. Had a couple of questions. Obviously, I think certainly when this is approved, and certainly when it comes to reserve matters, I'd like to look more at things like e-scooter parking, because I think we just have to be realistic. That's coming, whether it's legal or illegal, but preferably legal. And obviously, as I always say, cargo bikes, you can never have enough of those for people working who will be hopefully living in the local area and dropping their kids at school. I know we go with the 5% in policy, but I just mentioned to the applicants that I think more. The other thing, I think some residents mentioned concerns about the buses, the top decks going by, the back of Silverwood Close. I mean, I am mindful there's already buses that do that, but I'd also wonder if officers might comment on whether there's some kind of landscaping solution, because obviously there are already some trees between the backs of the houses and what would be the bus route. But obviously that might be some kind of solution. So I don't know whether officers could say whether that is something we could look at coming forward in a landscaping scheme in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Bajan?
Chair, I'm sceptical. 6,500 jobs, 6,500 people coming into this area of Cambridge. A great many of them won't actually live in this city. How is that going to work? What transport arrangements can be put in place that will allow that amount of people to get into this area of Cambridge without bringing a car? I am really concerned about the flooding of the area around with parked cars. I'm concerned, I mean, somebody from Coldham's Lane or raised the issue of Coldham's Lane. I think it's very right. Coldham's Lane could become a huge car park here. What measures are we going to take? What sanctions can we put on this park, this business park, to actually ensure that we don't get 6,000 cars coming into Cambridge and driving around in circles till they find somewhere to leave their cars?
Yeah, good question. Any more? Yeah, Councillor Young?
I'd like officers' comment on the adequacy of the bus provisions that have been laid out. I mean, they sound quite a lot compared to what we have now, but, you know, 6,500 people arriving in the morning, you know, how many buses is that in a half hour to an hour of people arriving?
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, back to officers then. Of course, you've got a couple online as well if you need to use them.
Can I just clarify the question asked by Councillor Thornborough? Are you querying whether, are you focusing on the site at Beehive or in addition with CRP and potentially future uses there? Right, okay, I did understand it correctly then. So the TA that's been provided in support of this application really relates mainly to Beehive. That's what we're focusing on. Oh, sorry, transport assessment that's been produced by the applicant and submitted in support of the transport strategy for its site. I mean, we're focusing clearly only on Beehive at the moment, and in terms of what the trip generation is as existing and what it will be in future. So we've got to divorce our thinking in terms of what might or might not happen on CRP at this present time, and that can be dealt with in future conversations with the council and the applicant. So in terms of the traffic, I mean, the application, the transport strategy that's been provided, it's quite ambitious, it's quite aspirational, it's quite strong, and it's been endorsed by the local highway authority. There's been nearly, as been mentioned before, you know, we've been talking about, you know, some of the positive aspects of their proposals, and this perhaps has to be one of them quite clearly, that seeks to try and create this significant modal shift from car mode to more sustainable travel modes such as active travel, i.e. walking, cycling, specifically cycling, and also additional bus services. And not just bus services to the site, but also how, and this probably just kind of bridging over to the other question that was asked by Councillor Bajan in terms of where are all these people, or how are all these people coming to site. Effectively, the applicants, part of its strategy is obviously to provide, if consent was ever to be granted for this scheme, to secure contributions. It's already committed quite significant financial contributions towards improving existing bus infrastructure. That's not just the actual service, but also things that support, so additional bus stops within its site, but also contributions towards providing additional infrastructure on the key routes into the site on Newmarket and Coldhams. My colleagues at the County Council could probably explain that more broadly. There are a couple of packages that are available. We are talking in not insignificant numbers here. They are quite significant contributions that are to be made, but the detail of that is still to be fleshed out in terms of how that would work, depending on how fast this scheme is delivered and how this scheme would how it would operate in future. So, I mean, in terms of the proposed strategy where, I mean, one of the obvious ways of reducing car parking or car travel to the site would be obviously to reduce the ability to park on site. They've reduced the availability of parking and will no doubt be controlling the car park, and that could be done through various mechanisms as well, through any consent that was to be granted, etc., or be considered in future. There's also the question that was raised by Councillor Bajan about, would people then, if they can't come to site and park on site, would they park in the surroundings? Well, there's also mitigation packages for carrying out surveys, i.e. CPZs, and maybe extending the CPZs, looking at kind of trying to control that event or that potential to occur. There's also other mitigations. They're quite wide-ranging, and I don't want to bog everyone with the detail. It's in the report itself, but it talks about enhancing. So in terms of trying to support increased cycling to the site, it looks beyond its site. There's some really good stuff within the site in terms of the actual cycling routes, the quality of cycleways, etc. But it also identified wider beyond the site actual travel corridors, how people are likely to be travelling to the site from, should we say, key transport nodes, such as the stations, etc., from the east and the west. And they've looked at and identified with the local the applicants identified where certain improvements could be implemented, and that will be supported through, again, financial contributions through 106, and goes to the local highway authority to actually carry out those implements. So they've been quite positive on that in trying to kind of support its overall approach to kind of reducing car travel to the site. Just coming back to what these proposals would generate in terms of car usage, in terms of the number of cars on the road on a weekday. I mean, it's set out in the report clearly that, on a typical weekday, you're looking at, with this proposed use, at least approximately nearly 10,000 cars fewer on the actual road network. That's during the week, on weekdays, and at the weekends far greater, as you'd expect. It's like up to about 17,000, 18,000 odd trips. So there is a significant reduction in actual traffic on the roads. Sorry, it's a very long explanation, but that's kind of where the applicant is heading. I mean, and my colleagues at the local highway authority could probably add a bit more flesh to some of its own conversations it's been having with us and separately with the applicant in terms of its, supporting its drive for, reducing car travel to the site.
Yeah, Andrew.
And just to pick up on the point of buses passing neighbouring properties, we have picked that up, hopefully, in paragraph 24.27 of the report, and basically we're of the view that, as you know, Councillor Pora, there is an existing bus stop close Silwood Close, but the transport route for buses and service vehicles would extend around Plot 8, so it would pass St Matthew's Gardens as well. But the views from passing vehicles would be brief and transient rather than permanent, and so we are not of the view that they would be something that would weigh into the harms afforded to residential amenity.
Yeah, so did you want to refer at all to our transport colleagues or not?
before we do that, could I just pick up on Councillor Gilderdale's point around the dimensions of cycleways? All cycleways within the site itself will be designed to LTM 120, which will be looking at least a minimum of 4 metre wide. And yeah, meeting those spatial standards effectively already specified. Sorry, I'm happy to pass across to county colleagues.
So which one do you want? Because there's two
Tam
different jobs.
Parry, he's online. Yes.
Hi Tam, good afternoon. Oh,
hello. Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm inside. Yes, I'm Tam Parry from Transport Assessment Team for Cambridge County Council. I think just to elaborate slightly more on the strategy for the site, it is in the centre of Cambridge, so we're very lucky. We're only a 20-minute walk from Cambridge railway station. We're a lot of bus services passing by on Newmarket Road, but as we were talking about earlier, or Kim was talking about earlier, the bus strategy is very comprehensive. I've never seen anything like it for a development. So to have something like this bus strategy that the applicant is proposing is very significant. They're talking about bringing special services in from park and rides and also local bus services to be determined, really. And they'll be working with the combined authority, who are the public transport authority for this region. So that work would be ongoing with them, and then they would tell us what we need to put into the 106 should approval be given. The mode shares for bus are around about 8% for public bus and 8% for park and ride, so they're quite reasonable. They're not being over ambitious. The mode shares for cycling are obviously very high. I think they're around about 50%. For car driving is obviously very low because the car parking is constrained, and we're very happy with that approach. I think this is the perfect place where you can do that kind of thing. So we don't really see a problem, and the mitigation package is designed for each of the approach routes to this location. So there's looking at the constraints and the opportunities on those on each approach corridor. So it's a very kind of finely tuned mitigation package, and because we have the Greater Cambridge Partnership undertaking an awful lot of work in the area, so the Chisholm Trail and the Newmarket Road schemes in particular, the contributions can be directed towards those schemes in the main, but also the applicant is undertaking significant works themselves. Those are namely to improve the site access junction, to make it easier for pedestrians and cyclists to use, to gain access to the site from Coldham's Lane, and also improvements to cycling and walking provision on Coldham's Lane between the access roundabout or junction and Newmarket Road. That'd be a key approach route. Do you want me to also just cover the other questions where we haven't answered them?
Yeah, I think so. That'd be good. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So we've done the retail park strategy and cycle paths. Skating and how you avoid kind of skaters, I think that will come through in the reserve matters, and that will be very much the detail kind of side of things. The types of cycle parking and for e-scooters, again, e-scooters parking would come through in the reserve matters. And with regards to cargo bikes, I think the applicants already stated that they'll be looking to provide for cargo bikes in the cycle stores, and the cycle stores are all off the key cycle routes. So again, they're very, very, top quality. This is, I would say. Parking in the surrounding areas, that is a risk, and we are seeking a contribution towards the implementation of rating restrictions or even controlled parking in areas yet to be defined, but most of the immediate areas to this location are already controlled parking zones. And yeah, that's everything, I think, but happy to take more questions if there are any.
Yeah, okay, and obviously Dr. John Finney is there as well. Councillor Bajan, you want to come back?
Chair, I just wondered, what's the potential impact on park and ride of this sort of scheme? Say, for example, 3,000 people decide to park in the park and ride, that would flood it, wouldn't it?
Okay, good question. Yeah, so I don't know if that's back to officers or direct to Tam, maybe, perhaps to Tam. Is that the best thing? Yeah, so that was that question, Tam. I've got a question as well. So you gave your percentages, which you summed up as being top quality. Are those percentages conditioned? So, for example, do we have a trip budget for low car use?
In a sense, they're conditioned because of the lack of supply of car parking within the site. So by virtue, everything else has to be non-car. But not that I haven't proposed or sought a planning condition to say you should meet 40% cycle mode share or 16% bus mode share. I think that comes through in the travel plan and the travel plan monitoring.
And Councillor Bajent's question?
Park and ride usage. The Greater Cambridge Partnership proposals do, by and large, increase the supply of parking at park and ride locations around the city. So I think an increased demand for park and ride is being dealt with by that infrastructure that they are proposing.
Okay, and just going back, I got you, okay. Back to your answer to my question, doesn't it also mean that, as Councillor Bajent said in his first question, actually, that car users could park somewhere else as opposed to the site, like, for example, Gordham's Lane or in front of my house or wherever they want, really, that isn't got a parking restriction?
That they can, and that is a risk in the city, in every city, most locations within a city as well. And to deal with that risk, I'm seeking a financial contribution towards the implementation of rating restrictions or controlled parking, should that need arise. And there's a process for those measures to be implemented by the county council. And so, if that did happen in the Romsey area, where there isn't a controlled parking zone at the moment, then the residents of that area would need to make representations through the county council, and then that whole process of investigating, well, what's needed here would be begun and would be gone through, and then where the financial contribution would be needed, it could be used.
Okay, thanks, Tom. So hands up, Councillor Bajent. Sorry, you weren't first, were you? But go first, Councillor Bajent. Anyway,
okay, thank you. I need to qualify what I'm talking about here, Chair. I am really pleased that there's not very much car parking on site. I absolutely think it's brilliant, and it's the sort of thing, of course, that we would have been asking for. But on the other hand, the officer from county has said the GCP will be expanding their car parks. Well, not at the rate to take on something like 3,000 extra cars from something that's within the city. The car parks are being expanded to take the traffic that's coming in from outside currently. So I don't think that the answer, I accept that the officer's given an answer, but I don't think it's wholly correct. And as regards to Romsey, I happen to represent Romsey, but that's by the way. Romsey does not, for most of its area, have a residence parking scheme. It is extremely unlikely that they will get a residence parking scheme because there is such a problem in Romsey about pavement parking. And so therefore, we are going to turn Coldham's Lane and potentially lots of Romsey into a car park for this site. And this is a conundrum for us, isn't it? Do we have an actual realistic answer that will prevent the people working on this site, the 6,000 people that will be coming into Cambridge, actually decided to come by car and park in Romsey? Well, I mean, at some point it bursts. But can you see what I'm trying to say here? This is really, really complicated. It's great that they're doing it, but it's not so good that it's being done.
All right, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dale.
I had a question on something slightly different, if that's okay.
Any more questions on transport? Yeah, Councillor Thornborough.
In the past, there before the Beehive Centre was a retail park, it was an industrial site, and it had a trains used to pull up alongside where the site for loading and unloading. I don't know whether in the scheme of things that the applicant could consider negotiating or allowing future-proofing for the trains to stop or light trains in the future. Anyway, I put it out there because if it was ever possible, it would make a fantastic difference to accessibility. Thanks.
All right, thanks. I'll go back and then come back to you, Councillor, okay, Gilda? So, questions from Councillor Thornborough and Councillor Bajan.
For the Greater Cambridge Partnership and their parking and how they've judged the amount of parking at the park and rides where they're increasing the supply parking, I can't really speak for the GCP and what their assumptions have been, I'm afraid. So I better not kind of venture there. But I do know that those schemes are improving or increasing the supply parking. So that's the basis of my statement. But over and above that, it's hard for me to elaborate. I think parking in the Romsey area is already difficult. So I can't see that there's a vast area of supply or vast kind of amount of street that someone could pull up and park on. Every time I've been through that area, if I was in a car, I'm normally on a bike, I'd struggle to find somewhere to park. So I think that will put off people from attempting it. They might attempt it and then realise it's taken them half an hour and they've parked half an hour away from their place of work. And they'll realise it's not really a fruitful way of getting to work. And the train station, there could be a train station in this area in the long run, but where it would be, I'm not too sure. But that could be, if anything was going to happen in that regard, I think it would be in relation to East West Rail and how that line off to Ipswich is developed.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Officers, did you want to say anything else? Andrew, you look like you do.
I was just going to say, on the East-West Rail point and a light rail station, it's not proposed as part of the application, and officers wouldn't feel it's reasonable to seek it, so it wouldn't be delivered on this site, unfortunately. But in terms of East-West Rail, we do have the safeguarding area for that. East-West Rail Company have been consulted on the application and have raised an objection subject to a condition, so it seems unlikely as well that there will be any rail improvements on the site under that nationally significant infrastructure project either, but that's sort of where we are with that at the moment.
Okay, Councillor Gilda.
Thank you. My question is about pedestrians using the site kind of in the evenings and at night time, and whether there's any assurances that can be given about lighting. Obviously at the moment, it's a real retail park that's with shops open till 10 p.m. and it's quite open and people can see it, and my feeling is that it feels like quite a safe place, whereas actually if this comes through in the future, it will be quite, there'll be darker spaces and people will hopefully be using a route to access through and at all times of the day, and it wouldn't just be when it's open for working hours. And if the shops are going to be kind of more daytime cafes, having that there's not going to be so much natural surveillance, and can we ensure that there's going to be appropriate lighting so that people can safely transit through the space on foot and on bike?
Okay, thanks for the question. I mean, there was mention of lighting as well in public art in those paragraphs, but also just generally highway lighting, and you might refer to your officers behind you maybe as well.
Yeah, so I think hopefully we can cover this one. In terms of lighting, there would be a lighting strategy or scheme secured through condition, and that would seek to ensure that there's adequate lighting throughout the site to make sure that people are feeling safe travelling throughout various times of the day. But and seasons, there is also a requirement for that to be ecologically sensitive, so that is something that's been considered as well. But generally speaking, I think officers are of the view that in comparison to the existing site and how that functions, there's an opportunity here to improve surveillance and reduce antisocial behaviour because of, rather than having a car park, which although there might be active blocks around the edge of it, there are large parts in the central perimeter which, you know, during the evening could become less observed. Whereas in this case, we're looking at a scheme that has a local centre with a mix of uses that will add vibrancy throughout the day, and the officers are content that those issues will be adequately addressed.
Okay, thanks. And
Can
no
I
need
just add to that?
Sarah, no, okay, right, that's good. Thank you very much. I've just realised we normally have a little bit of a break in the afternoon, don't we? We haven't had a break yet. So do you want to have a little 5-minute comfort break before we crack on with the last bit?
Yes, please.
Let's do that then. Okay, so if you come back at 4:15, please. And thanks. Okay, welcome back after a short break. We're on the Beehive Centre, the only item of the day. That's item 5 on the agenda. And we're going through the key issues in debate. Those are on page 1 of the officer report. So key issues 1 to 7. And we're now on, if we finish transport and highway safety, which I think we have, we're moving on to planning balance. And I mean, actually, we could take these two together, almost planning balance and section S105 planning obligations. Sorry, 106 planning applications, sorry. Getting late. And then after that, we'll just have a little roundup with any final points or conclusions from members. Thank you. So, Councillor Pora.
Thank you. I had a couple of minor questions. One of the residents raised concerns about the lab safety. Now, my understanding is there's different types of lab work, most of which is category 1 and 2, which is the lower risk. But I just think it would be nice to reassure residents as to we're not expecting this to be the highest level of a sort of chemical bioweapon, whatever it is. Secondly, relating to the S106, yeah, I welcome the idea of apprenticeships, just like officers to confirm a little bit more about how we can make sure that is fully embedded in the S106. And particularly, I think, looking at the less skilled apprenticeships, because obviously you can have apprenticeships running up to master's level. I would like to see them coming at sort of levels 2, level 3, you know, GCSE, A-level equivalent, and how confident the officers are that that can be secured. And just to mention the swimming pool loss, I mean, you've touched upon it and said obviously it's not a major thing, but there is still presumably a possibility that a swimming pool could come forward on the site, albeit a private gym type thing, but if not, how is that being accommodated in the S106? And I have a few summarising comments, but would you like me to come back?
Do those later, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do those.
Yeah. Any more questions? Yeah, Councillor Thornborough.
One of the speakers said, asked, how acceptable is this in terms of housing? I don't know whether that's an appropriate question and whether it can be answered. I do know that a lot of people developers, one of their big concerns is the skills of employees. And my understanding is they can quite often attract people to come and work in Cambridge. But a real problem is wanting people to stay and make this their home. And that's to do with housing and ensuring we've got a great, thriving place to live. So it is without a doubt, if we continue to build at speed non-residential, then the pressure on residential becomes greater and greater for those who want to remain in Cambridge. I've got some other comments, but I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Any more? Nope. Okay. Officers?
So just to pick up on Councillor Pora's question in relation to labs and the potential safety impacts of that, we've covered that in Appendix F, which relates to third-party representation. It's not covered in the report, but in short, the management of potentially hazardous material to health is controlled through the control of substances hazardous to health legislation that is administered by the Health and Safety Executive, and there are other consenting regimes with checks and balances in place to ensure that there would not be any harm to human health arising from activities of that nature. I could probably pick up on the point in relation to housing as well. Obviously, the report sets out a very robust position in terms of the need and the position and where we sit with that. But that aside, there is just the general point that in principle, this site is within the urban area. The policy in relation to employment strategy identifies the urban area as a location where employment development can be delivered. It's recognised that it's the same for the housing spatial strategy, but there is no policy that says you have to provide both or either on the site. The principle of development is acceptable under the employment spatial strategy policy, and so therefore we are unable to say that a housing scheme should be provided instead, because of there's nothing to say that an entirely employment scheme on this site would be unacceptable in policy terms when assessed against the development plan. I didn't know, Jimmy, you have to pick up there.
Yeah, maybe one of you could put the planning balance up on the screen as well. That might be useful for members. Yep, thanks. Any more questions, councillors, on planning balance or S106? Yeah, Councillor Pora.
Just to ask about the apprenticeships and the swimming pool. Thanks.
Thanks.
I'll pick the point up around the swimming pool and the leisure use. Yeah, I mean, I think both sides have obviously acknowledged there is a partial conflict with Policy 73. It's clearly set out in the report itself that we were in conversations with the applicant prior to the committee today around the principle of a planning contribution, a financial contribution being made to mitigate, and that conversation is still ongoing to establish what that is. And of course, in a normal sense, in a normal course of matters, we'll get to a point with them on that and try and seek that, to score that mitigation via section 106. It isn't actually mentioned in the 106 table, but I can make sure that it goes in there as part of one of the recommendations. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Todd-Jones.
Sorry, Chair, I'm not sure it's appropriate at this point, but I was going to kind of sum up a little bit, and I'll refer back to this particular slide, because I think it's really interesting that a lot of the benefits here, I think there are not many of those that we would disagree with. But I think the point about this application is those benefits could be delivered with a scheme that is suitable in scale and mass and all the other issues that we have a problem with. And I think that's the nub of the issue here. And the reasons of refusal that are outlined in 31.1 in the report, I'm afraid I agree with. But this is a site that could be deliverable, those benefits could be deliverable with the right kind of a proposal in front of us. And that's really my main point. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any more questions on the planning balance in S106? Otherwise, we can just go to final thoughts and things. Councillor Pora.
There's going to be final thoughts, so I'll hang on.
Can I just ask something? So, yeah, go on, Andrew.
I was just thinking that we didn't quite come back on Councillor Pora's question in relation to, I think it was in relation to the employment and skills strategy. So that would be secured through the Section 106. We have set out in the report as to what that would try and achieve and how we would seek to ensure that is robust, but those points would come up in discussions when we're looking at that in a bit more detail, but we don't have that at this stage.
Okay, final thoughts then. Who wants to go first? Councillor Gilladale.
Sorry, I've just got one point. Obviously here it says that there needs to be a minimum biodiversity net gain 20% increase, and in a lot of the literature that we've seen it says 100%. But I would just like to note, maybe for future, is that in some of the information that we've been given, it's different. There's some discrepancy. So somewhere it says minimum 100 biodiversity % net gain, and other places it says 100% target, and somewhere it just says 100%. So there is a few, but obviously, yeah.
I can clarify.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, it's my mistake that I put the minimum, the word minimum there. Effectively, this 20% increase, it's our SPD standard, which requires the uplift. So if we were to get to a 106 stage, that would be one of the things we'd ask for. The maximum we could ask for is 20%. The 100% that's referred to is the uplift from what's existing currently on the site, and that's what's referred to always by the applicant.
Different percentages. Okay, next. Councillor Thornborough.
So one of the well, again, the applicant did say that they were going to move to the retail to Cambridge Retail Park will happen first. And we also had a resident saying there's no formal confirmation of relocation of the key shops. So is that possible can that be confirmed somehow in the S106, or is it actually confirmed that the key retail that's been listed will be relocated? Because that is a very big concern of residents.
Yeah, so that and things like the skateboard park, is it all conditioned? Is it all definitely going to happen, or are we just aspiring to do these things?
So to come back on the very specific point there, there would, it would be something that would be secured. No, sorry, could you remind me of the question again?
Chair, through, I think I understand the question. I mean, the answer in short is no, we can't secure the relocation of particular businesses onto CRP. It's beyond the scope of this permission. We have had some assurances from Railpen that it's their intention to do so. As members are aware, they've had a briefing on their kind of future framework plans for Cambridge Retail Park. That's as far as it goes, and it would be unreasonable to try and kind of secure via condition a shift of particular retailers across to the retail park on the other side of Coldham's Lane.
Thanks, Toby. Councillor Thornborough.
Can I come back on just a few final comments? Well, I think it's been unusual that we've had so many people come and speak in support of an application, and I think that does reflect the outreach that the applicant has endeavoured to do over the last few, or has actually achieved over the last few years, and I think we should recognise that. And I think I'm particularly pleased about the work with girls and emphasise on play for girls and for security in that respect. And it's very interesting about CamCycle and what might, the design, the detailed design that might come through eventually with that regard. So I think that's been very interesting, and that outreach feeding through into the final detail would, if it comes through, would be very interesting. I can't help but continue to go back to my very first comment, is that it's extremely frustrating that the last part of the resolution of this application hasn't been resolved. For example, if the car parking block, if you took 2 stories off the top and did it as a basement, which is not very good for sustainability, but would make a big difference to the amount of light going on to Silverwood Close, that there are, we're not here designing it, but there are solutions, and it's always that last 5% of resolving a design, which might be hard, but really could make such a difference. And I'm sure, as Councillor Todd Jones mentioned, that there is a solution that could work for both the residents, the majority of the residents, and meet all of the benefits that we've got. So it's very frustrating that we are where we are, and I find this is a very finely balanced decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Good points. Yeah, Councillor Porritt.
Thanks, Chair. Similar to Councillor Thornborough, this is really frustrating. I was really genuinely quite excited to see what will come forward. I know that Railpen generally have a good reputation. You've got good other sites coming forward. The transport, the cycling, the BMG, the access improvements are really welcome. And, there is no policy to protect those shops. They could be closed tomorrow. So, the fact that there's hopefully a plan to move them to across the road and have lab and office space here is, I think, not something I object to. This planning committee doesn't stop growth. We're quite forward-looking. We like to work with developers, particularly on joint development committee, where we look at those bigger sites, which are probably more akin to the Beehive. But, there's always a compromise. And there are things that would have to be compromised to agree. They said the tree loss, for example. Things like this but the residential amenity issue is so large for me, and it's so many houses that are affected. 1 or 2 wouldn't be great, but we're looking at, I think, 145 different major, minor or moderate effects over nearly that many properties. I think I didn't quite do the maths quickly enough on your slide, but, tens and tens and tens of houses affected. And it's just really frustrating that it's come forward with this one. I agree with officers' recommendation for refusal, I have to say, at the moment, because if, those are hundreds of people living in those houses, and it could have been resolved before it came to committee, and, we haven't had the model to prove anything, and the developers and the officers must know you can't rely on illustrations when it's not a thing in planning. We need to have the proper plans. And I would urge, I appreciate it's gone to the Secretary of State. I presume that's going to be months and months. If there's some way in the meantime that this could be resolved and come back with a scheme that overcomes those. For me, the other areas, there's a balance that could be made, but the residential amenity for me is, I sit with officers at the moment in terms of that being I cannot see how that can be overcome, even with the other bits in the green, unfortunately. And it's frustrating because there's not much that needs to change. It's close, but not close enough for me.
Councillor Baden?
Chair, I think I just repeating what my other colleagues have said, but I think it's necessary for, as it's going to the Secretary of State for him or her, I think it's a her, isn't it? Well, to see that how the City Council here feel. We are about to be engulfed by places like this and buildings like this. We are going to be an expanding city, and most councillors that I've spoken to have accepted that. And it's so very sad that we are sitting here today with something that we should be celebrating and working together with the developers. And we are finding this, what I consider to be a very small pitfall. And I think it's just so very sad. It's just sad. It's wrong. And I can't understand why the developers, having gone all those miles of discussions and negotiations with us, have actually stuck into the ground over a car park, which if they lost 2 stories off the top, there wouldn't be any of this debate. We'd all be sitting here saying, this is a good thing. We're going to get a huge area of grass. We're going to see more trees. It's going to be a good development. There's not too many cars there. You know, it's just sad. And I'm appealing now to the Secretary of State to hear what we're saying as the representatives of the City of Cambridge, because I feel, in my mind, I know that I'm heading towards supporting my officers, our officers. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I'll go next because I don't want to be seen to sum up or anything. We've all got our own opinions. So, Cambridge is a global city. We expect the best quality developments here, both for existing and future residents. In terms of residential amenity, this scheme, in my mind, has fallen down, and obviously for officers as well. It's failed to address the needs of the site, one of the most important considerations of good architecture. What the applicants choose to do going forward is up to them, but I hope they've listened to what we've got today. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to, I won't repeat the comments of my colleagues, which I agree with. I would say, in addition to those comments, I think the illustrative effects on the heritage were very much more acceptable than the actual application limits. So for me, you know, the harm to the heritage assets in the city is a major factor in keeping Cambridge the way it is now an enjoyable, good city. So that for me was a great concern. In addition to the residential amenity effects on the neighbours. The other thing I would say is, you know, I do agree with putting office space in this area. I think it's a green thing to do to put office space close to residential areas. So you know, from that perspective and all the other perspectives, I think it's that have been already mentioned. I think it's a great site to put it, and I like all the transport, etc. We've heard from some of the residents that Abbey Ward is a very deprived area. I'm not sure how they'll make use of the green spaces and the community centres. So I will applaud the developers for those. I think it's excellent and well done. I'm not sure they're going to be making much use of cafes and things that sound as though they're going to be quite expensive. But overall, I thought it was great, apart from this one issue of the residential amenity and also the heritage for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howard.
Yeah, thank you. Overall, I feel like this application would have been a dilemma for me if it wasn't for the very obvious infringement on existing properties by a very significant and sudden massing, especially at the edge of Silverwood Close. I just don't think that is acceptable, and it's something that I don't believe this committee nor a planning inspector, whoever investigates it on referral from the Secretary of State, looks at it, should accept. And I appeal to them to seriously consider the effect that that will have on existing residents. I certainly don't deny the benefits as presented on the balance. I think there's a lot of opportunity in that area where the area could be better utilised. I especially like the implementation of the park. I think that's going to have a real benefit to the local community. Speaking briefly as a councillor for Abbey Ward, there's a huge diversity of people in Abbey, obviously, as many other wards in Cambridge, and there will be many different uses, both amenity value from that green space. Some very practical questions I have of why not put that park on the western edge and put the building up against the railway? Like that, for me, that would have made it much easier to start supporting. I might get told off for this, but we've had in the submission pack a leaflet distributed to residents with representatives of the ruling group of this council, clearly strongly stating concerns about this application. I'd like to have it on record that if the Green Party had done something similar to that, I would have been asked to recuse myself from this meeting, which hasn't happened. We've got an applicant who has approached, clearly the Secretary of State now approached had it called in by the Secretary of State in the backdrop of a national government who have clearly and publicly stated that Cambridge is going to be a massive growth area over the next few years. So there's clearly some opportunism, or who knows what else, on the side of those things. But in the material considerations for this application, I think the massive overshadowing and the negative effects of those close residents is enough on itself for us and the Planning Inspectorate to reject this application.
Right, thanks for that, Councillor Howard. So you raised a political issue there. I mean, obviously it's a non-political committee. I think you said that a leaflet had been delivered from the Labour Party that said something about this scheme. I'm not sure, but I can refer to the legal officer on that if you wish.
Councillor Robertson, when he was here earlier, passed around the leaflet, and it is, I checked, it is on the planning portal as a material thing. So I was somewhat surprised to see that. I've not seen that before myself, but I might be naive. But I thought it was, as you say, it is a non-political forum, and yet we have a political item in the pack to review out of 560 documents or something. So, yeah, that was somewhat surprising to me to discover that.
Okay, I mean, I don't know about that. I asked if it was in the public domain. I was told it was. That's all I know. But I'll refer to Keith, the legal officer, on this, or Toby, whichever, on that. Can you respond, Keith or Toby?
Well, I will say, Chair, I wasn't aware there was anything of that nature in the pack, but there's something we'll look into at the end of the meeting. I don't know if Toby's got anything to add to that.
I don't think it's a critical point, Chair. We'll take it away and consider the more general point that Councillor Howard's made and advise accordingly if we need to.
All right, thanks for raising that, Councillor Howard. Okay, so in terms of the item then, I think we probably need the recommendation now. I think we're all done on debate, it looks like. So thanks very much for that. And Toby, can you give us the recommendation, please? Oh, before we do that, so we've got a recommendation of refusal. So you could add more reasons for refusal if you wished. I'm not recommending you do that. Remember that one good reason is better than 7 bad reasons. So, but I'm just saying, if any of you wanted to think about that. I'm not seeing any hands up. Councillor Bajan?
I don't know if councillors want to comment about the car parking arrangements, Chair. The transport arrangements for the 6,500 people that are coming. I don't know if we weren't facing a refusal, that would not become a much more important consideration. I don't know, maybe I'm alone in that, but these cars are going to try and park in Romsey.
Maybe. Wouldn't normally answer questions myself, but as far as I could see, that question was robustly answered by officers. And, as you know, Councillor, in terms of making any reasons for refusal, if we do them off our own back without support of experts or officers, then it's a bit dodgy. So it's probably best just to stick to what the expert opinion says. I don't know if you want to add to that at all, Juma or Andrew?
Yeah, in terms of any additional reasons for refusal, officers have weighed in the balance the other harms identified within the report and discussed earlier today, and feel that the benefits of the scheme would be sufficient enough to outweigh those harms. It is the harm to residential amenity based upon the advice of a specialist consultant within that field that has informed the single recommended reason for refusal by officers.
Okay, Councillor Bajan, are you content with that? Yeah, okay, fine. So just to say, hopefully the important thing here is we've had a really robust debate. We've all put our thoughts on the table and the applicant has listened, and hopefully they'll take notice of those and act on them going forward. So Toby, recommendation please.
Thanks, Chair. So that's actually set out on the slide that I'm presenting now. The recommendations had to be revised following the Secretary of State's call-in. So the revised recommendation is that members endorse a minded to recommendation of refusal of planning permission, and which is put forward to the Secretary of State following her exercising call-in powers under Section 77 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 for the following reason. I won't read that reason out in full, Chair. That's the same reason that is in the committee report that's been published. Delegated authority is also sought to be granted to officers to progress all matters necessary in the pursuance of defending the Council's minded to recommendation set out in paragraph 31.1 above at any public inquiry, to negotiate and agree the terms of any Section 106 agreement necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms and to complete that agreement, to negotiate and agree the final wording of the draft planning conditions, and to amend/revise the terms of the minded to refusal and or its statement of case, subject to any additional evidence put forward and or expert advice received. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Toby. So the recommendation is one of refusal. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Unanimous, Chair.
Okay, so the item is refused. Thank you very much to members and officers and speakers today.
Is that minded to refuse, bearing in mind?
Oh, yeah. So minded to refuse. So minded to refuse because we are not making a decision here today. We're putting our minded to refuse recommendation to the Secretary of State. So thank you very much, everyone, especially the speakers and members and officers, and I hope you have a safe journey home. Thank you.